Picture an empire so vast that you could walk from Scotland to the Sahara Desert and never leave Roman territory. For over 1,000 years, Rome didn't just rule the world, it was the world. Yet somehow, this seemingly invincible giant crumbled into dust. Most people think they know why Rome fell: barbarian invasions, corrupt emperors, or maybe lead poisoning from their pipes. But the real story is far more shocking and uncomfortably familiar. Rome didn't fall because of outside enemies or sudden disasters. Rome fell because success itself became a poison that slowly destroyed everything that had made them great in the first place. The same success that built the greatest empire in history ultimately guaranteed its destruction. We'll explore this topic in more depth in this video and learn how the mightiest civilization ever created became the victim of its own achievements. If you like these videos, I would appreciate if you clicked like or subscribed, as it's important for the channel and it helps others find it too, just like you did. Thank you. Now, let's get started. There once lived a people who built something the world had never seen before. Picture walking across continents, from misty northern hills to scorching desert sands, and everywhere you went, the same laws protected you, the same coins bought your bread, the same language opened every door. This was Rome, and for over 1,000 years it didn't just rule the world, it was the world. The numbers tell a story that feels almost impossible. Around the year 117, when an emperor named Trajan sat on the throne, roughly 1 in every 4 humans on Earth called Caesar their ruler. Think about that for a moment. Every 4th person you might meet, anywhere on the planet, lived under the same distant authority. The empire stretched across 1.5 million square miles, with roads that could circle our entire Earth 10 times over. But Rome didn't begin with dreams of world conquest. Like many great powers, it started small, worried about survival, fighting neighbors who threatened its very existence. A historian named Livy told the story of how it all began with a man named Romulus, who killed his own brother in an argument over where to build their little city. Not exactly the noble beginning you'd expect from history's greatest empire. What's fascinating is how Rome grew, almost by accident. They'd fight a war to defend themselves, win decisively, and then think, well, we're here now, might as well stay. Victory became a habit. Each triumph seemed to demand another campaign. It was like a snowball rolling downhill, gathering size and speed with every turn. The genius of Rome wasn't just its size, though. It was how they made such a vast territory actually work. Previous empires had simply taken tribute from conquered peoples, like cosmic bullies demanding lunch money. Rome did something revolutionary. They offered citizenship. They invited the conquered to become conquerors themselves. This scandalized traditional Romans, of course. When Emperor Claudius suggested letting Gauls, basically ancient French people, become senators, the Roman elite nearly fainted. But Claudius understood something profound. He argued that his own ancestors had once been outsiders too, and look how that turned out. By the year 212, every free person in the empire, no matter where they were born, could call themselves Roman. The results were staggering. Roman architecture still shapes how we build our most important buildings today. Roman law forms the backbone of legal systems across the Western world. Even our calendar comes from Julius Caesar, who gave us the 365-day year we still use. A Roman poet named Virgil captured their confidence perfectly when he wrote of an empire without end. And why wouldn't they believe it? For generation after generation, Rome had seemed unstoppable, but here's where the story takes a darker turn, and it's something that might make us uncomfortable today. Empires, it turns out, follow patterns. A great historian named Arnold Toynbee spent his life studying how civilizations rise and fall. He discovered they all face challenges, adapt creatively, flourish for a while, and then, crucially, they stop adapting. Rome's greatest enemy wasn't any barbarian tribe or foreign army. It was success itself. Every victory created new problems they weren't prepared for. Every expansion brought new enemies to their borders. Every generation of wealth made the next generation softer, more dependent on others to do their fighting. Think about the timeline. In 264 BC, Rome was still just another Italian city, worried about its neighbors. 500 years later, they controlled everything from Britain to Iraq. But then, in just over 2 centuries, the Western Empire simply vanished. The last emperor was a teenager, with the sadly ironic name Romulus Augustus, Little Augustus. He was quietly pensioned off by a Germanic chieftain. And that was that. How does a 1,000-year empire collapse so quickly? It wasn't like a building falling down all at once. Historians describe it more like a slow-motion avalanche, where each small slide made the next one inevitable. Economic troubles led to political chaos. Political chaos weakened the military. A weakened military couldn't protect the borders. Unprotected borders let in more problems. The signs were there for anyone willing to see them. The gap between rich and poor grew wider every year. Politicians cared more about personal power than public service. The military was increasingly made up of foreign mercenaries who had no deep loyalty to Rome itself. Citizens stopped participating in civic life, preferring entertainment to engagement. But perhaps most telling of all, Romans began to forget what had made them Roman in the first place. The very qualities that built their empire, their willingness to adapt, their genius for including outsiders, their pragmatic approach to problems, these gradually disappeared. They became rigid where they had once been flexible. They became exclusive where they had once been inclusive. The barbarians at the gates weren't really the problem. Many of them desperately wanted to become Roman themselves. The real problem was that Romans no longer remembered what being Roman actually meant. They had laws, but not justice. They had wealth, but not purpose. They had power, but not the will to use it wisely. Rome fell because success made Romans forget the lessons that had made them successful. Their ambition became greed, their confidence became arrogance. Their strength became weakness. The mightiest empire in history discovered something that every civilization learns eventually. Nothing, absolutely nothing, lasts forever. And yet, the Roman story isn't really about failure. It's about the dangerous seduction of success, the way victory can blind us to our own vulnerabilities. It's about how the very things that make us great can, if we're not careful, become the things that destroy us. Every empire tells itself it's different, that it's learned from history's mistakes. Rome thought the same thing. Every civilization that reaches the pinnacle of power faces a peculiar kind of problem, one that's almost invisible until it's too late. It's the strange weight that comes with getting exactly what you dreamed of. Rome learned this lesson the hard way, back in 146 BC, when they achieved something that seemed absolutely magnificent at the time. Picture Roman soldiers standing among the burning ruins of Carthage, watching their greatest enemy disappear into smoke and ash. The historian, Polybius, was there, and he wrote something fascinating. These battle-hardened warriors, men who had seen death and destruction countless times, actually wept as they watched the city burn, not from sadness for their enemies, but from something deeper, something that felt almost like fear. They had just eliminated their most dangerous rival, and in the same year, they had crushed the great city of Corinth in Greece. In 12 months, Rome had become the undisputed master of the Mediterranean world. But here's where the story takes an unexpected turn. Success, as it turns out, comes with a price tag that no one thinks to calculate ahead of time. By the year 100 BC, just under 50 years later, Rome was spending 3/4 of everything they collected in taxes on just 2 things: feeding their own people and paying soldiers to guard the vast territories they had conquered. Imagine that for a moment, 3/4 of an entire empire's budget going to military expenses and food subsidies. The Roman historian Livy captured something profound when he wrote about the conquest of Spain. Roman armies could defeat Spanish tribes in battle easily enough. That part was simple. But then came the part no one had planned for. They had to stay there, year after year, fighting an endless series of small wars against people who knew every cave, every mountain path, every secret valley better than any Roman ever could. Victory, Livy observed, had brought them not peace, but the necessity of perpetual war. This is where Rome's story becomes something much more than ancient history. They had created what scholars now call the security paradox. Though Romans had no name for what was happening to them, the more secure they became, the more insecure they actually were. Here's how this worked, and it's almost mathematical in its inevitability. Rome would conquer a territory to make their borders safe. But conquering that territory meant their borders were now further out, right next to new enemies. So they would have to conquer the next territory to secure those new borders. Then the next one, then the next one. By the time of Emperor Marcus Aurelius in the 2nd century AD, Rome was simultaneously fighting wars on 5 different frontiers. Germanic tribes along the Rhine, Dacians and Sarmatians along the Danube, Pictish raiders in Britain, Berber nomads in North Africa, and the powerful Sassanid Empire. In the east, this was an empire that had originally just wanted to protect a single city in central Italy. The numbers tell a story that's almost hard to believe. By 400 AD, Rome was maintaining somewhere between 300,000 and 400,000 active soldiers spread across a frontier that stretched over 4,000 miles. That's like trying to guard a border that ran from New York to Los Angeles and back again, twice. But here's where the curse becomes even more insidious. Success made Romans dependent on more success. Their economy became addicted to conquest like a drug. Every victory brought gold, silver, slaves, and tribute that Romans had learned to consider normal, necessary, expected. During the peak conquest period, around 40% of Rome's total wealth came directly from plunder and tribute from conquered territories. Now imagine you're a Roman leader around 106 AD, during the reign of Emperor Trajan. Trajan was Rome's last great conqueror, the man who pushed Roman borders to their absolute maximum. He conquered Dacia, modern-day Romania, and briefly even parts of Mesopotamia in what's now Iraq. The historian Dio tells us that Trajan's wars brought so much gold into Rome that the emperor literally gave away free money to every citizen in the city. It must have felt like the Golden Age would last forever. But Dio also noticed something that must have felt like a cold wind on a warm day. For the first time in Roman history, a conquest had cost more to achieve than it brought in revenue. The machine was starting to break down. The empire was like a shark. It had to keep moving forward, or it would die. But every forward movement made it bigger, more expensive, and harder to defend. This created another problem that Romans never saw coming. Success made them soft in ways they didn't recognize. By 100 AD, the vast majority of Roman legions were recruited not from Italy, but from the frontier provinces: Spain, Gaul, Germania, Syria. Think about what this means. The people defending Rome were no longer Romans. They were Spaniards and Germans and Gauls who happened to wear Roman armor and carry Roman standards. They fought for Roman pay, but they went home to non-Roman families in non-Roman villages, where they spoke non-Roman languages. The historian Vegetius, writing in the 4th century, worried about this trend. He complained that Romans had become too civilized to fight their own wars. The Romans, he wrote, conquered the world not by their numbers, but by their training and discipline. When they lost that discipline, they began to lose their empire. But perhaps the most dangerous part of the curse was psychological. Success made Romans believe they were destined to rule forever. The poet Ovid expressed this beautifully when he wrote that Jupiter had promised the Romans empire without end. This wasn't just propaganda or political rhetoric. Romans genuinely believed they were different from every other civilization in history. This belief made them blind to warning signs that other people might have noticed. When Germanic tribes began pressing harder against the Rhine frontier in the 3rd century, Romans assumed it was just another barbarian uprising that could be handled with traditional methods. When inflation began destroying their currency around 250 AD, they assumed it was temporary. When Christianity began changing Roman values in the 4th century, they assumed Roman culture was strong enough to absorb it, without fundamental change. The historian Arnold Toynbee identified this as the classic mistake of successful civilizations. They mistake their current dominance for permanent dominance. They assume that what worked in the past will automatically work in the future. They become, in Toynbee's words, prisoners of their own success. By 200 AD, Rome controlled more territory and wealth than any empire in human history. They had achieved everything they had ever dreamed of achieving. And that's exactly when their real problems began. Because success, as it turns out, is just another kind of challenge, often harder than the challenges that came before it. The skills that made Romans successful at conquest were completely different from the skills needed to manage the consequences of that conquest. Victory had quietly transformed into weakness. Strength had become vulnerability. The empire that had conquered the world was about to discover that their greatest enemy wasn't any foreign power, but the very success that had made them great in the first place. Picture this: an empire so vast that its tax collectors worked across 3 different continents, so wealthy that it consumed 400 tons of silver every single year just to pay soldiers their wages, so powerful that its currency was accepted from Britain to Egypt without question. And yet, this same empire was slowly, quietly going broke. Rome's territorial expansion had created something unprecedented in human history, the world's first truly global government. But nobody had really thought through what it would cost to run such a thing. The numbers were staggering, almost incomprehensible. By the year 200, Rome was spending over 1 billion silver coins annually, just on military salaries, not weapons, not food, not fortifications, just paychecks. But here's where the story gets really interesting. For every single soldier standing guard on some distant frontier, the Roman government employed more than 2 additional people back home, shuffling paperwork. Imagine that for a moment. More than 2 bureaucrats for every fighting man. The empire had become like a massive household where the servants outnumbered the family and cost more to feed than the family earned. The efficiency was remarkable, in its way. Roman tax collectors somehow managed to gather revenue in dozens of different currencies, from hundreds of different regions, and funnel it all back to Rome. It was an administrative marvel. It was also slowly crushing the life out of the empire. A Roman lawyer named Lactantius left us a haunting description of what this looked like on the ground. The Greco-Roman CPS, that is manned, farms were being abandoned, he wrote. Cultivated land was turning back into forest. People were literally running away to live in the woods, because it was better to be a homeless bandit than a Roman taxpayer. The tax system had grown into something monstrous. Historians have documented over 200 different types of special assessments that Roman citizens could face. There were taxes on windows, taxes on being unmarried, taxes on having too many children, taxes on dying without children. There was even, and this is completely true, a tax on the privilege of complaining about your taxes, but the real catastrophe began with something that sounds almost boring. Currency manipulation. Roman coins were supposed to contain specific amounts of silver. A silver denarius was originally about 98% pure. So, a silver denarius was originally about 98% pure, but when the government needed more money, they found a clever solution. Instead of raising taxes, they started making coins with less silver and more cheap metals like copper and lead. It happened gradually, almost invisibly. By the year 100, Roman coins were about 85% silver. By 200, they were down to 60%. And by 250, Roman silver coins contained about 3% actual silver. 3%. The rest was essentially worthless metal, painted to look valuable. Imagine discovering that your dollar bills were slowly being replaced with monopoly money, and the government was pretending nothing had changed. That's essentially what Rome did to its entire economy. The results were as predictable as they were catastrophic. In Egypt, Rome's breadbasket, the price of wheat increased by 5,000% in a single century. 5,000%. A loaf of bread that cost the equivalent of $3 would suddenly cost $150. But numbers don't capture the human tragedy. A Christian bishop named Cyprian wrote in 250 about what he was seeing. "The world has grown old," he said, "and lost its former vigor. The farmer is failing in the fields, the sailor on the seas, the soldier in the camp. People stopped having children because they couldn't afford to feed them." The psychological impact was perhaps even worse than the economic collapse. Romans had grown up believing their empire was eternal. Their money was the world's gold standard. Their system was invincible. Suddenly, merchants in Rome's own forum were refusing to accept Roman coins without weighing them first. Think about that scene for a moment. The currency of the world's greatest superpower being weighed like suspicious metal scraps by shopkeepers. It was like watching a god revealed to be made of clay. The historian Ammianus Marcellinus captured this perfectly. The Romans had become like children who discover that their parents are not, after all, superhuman. By 238, something unprecedented happened. Emperor Gordian had debased the silver denarius yet again, and for the first time in Roman history, merchants in the capital simply refused to accept Roman coins at face value. The world's reserve currency had become worthless paper in the eyes of the people who used it every day. The empire that had conquered through discipline and strategic thinking was being defeated by its own success. They had created the most expensive government operation in human history without really considering how to pay for it. They spent more than they earned because they believed their dominance would last forever. They borrowed against future generations because they assumed the future would always be more prosperous than the present. They debased their currency because they needed quick solutions to immediate problems. They raised taxes to impossible levels because cutting government spending seemed unthinkable. Does any of this sound familiar? A Roman senator named Tacitus saw it coming centuries before the collapse. Writing around the year 100, he observed that the lust for power first, then money, grew upon them. These were the source of all evils. He understood something that his contemporaries missed. Political power and economic power were connected, and corruption in one inevitably led to corruption in the other. By 268, Rome was essentially bankrupt. The empire that had once collected tribute from 3 continents was borrowing money from individual wealthy families just to pay soldiers. Emperor Gallienus was reduced to melting down temple statues to mint new coins, and even those were mostly copper. The tragedy wasn't that Rome lacked resources or technology or human capital. They had all of those in abundance. What they lacked was the political will to make hard choices, and the wisdom to prioritize long-term stability over short-term convenience. The Roman writer Lactantius left us one final, haunting observation. Everything was going to ruin, he wrote. There was no security anywhere. An entire civilization, the most powerful the world had ever seen, slowly dissolving because money, it turned out, really did make the world go round. But only when people believed in it. Every morning, just as the sun painted the ancient stones golden, thousands upon thousands of Romans would flood into the forum. Picture it, if you can, not the broken ruins we see in photographs today, but a living, breathing heart of democracy. Farmers who had walked for days from distant villages, shopkeepers who had closed their doors, veterans with stories from the farthest corners of the empire. All gathering in one place, all with one purpose, to decide the fate of the world. This wasn't some exclusive club for the wealthy and powerful. Sure, there were plenty of those around too, but democracy in Rome meant exactly that. Ruled by the people, on any given day, 15 to 20,000 citizens would be there, arguing, debating, sometimes shouting at each other about laws and policies. They believed, deeply and completely, that being Roman meant being responsible for Rome itself. The great speaker Cicero once said something rather profound. He noticed how the authority of teachers can sometimes stop students from thinking for themselves. Every Roman citizen, he believed, had not just the right, but the sacred duty to think independently, to question, to participate. Being Roman wasn't something you wore like a badge, it was something you did, every single day. But one particular morning in the year 133 BC, something happened that would echo through history, like a stone dropped into still water. A man named Tiberius Gracchus, a tribune of the people, lay dead on the forum floor, not killed by foreign enemies or assassins in the shadows, but beaten to death, with wooden chairs and clubs, by Roman senators, right there in the sacred heart of their democracy. The violence itself wasn't shocking. Romans had always been a rather violent people. What made this moment so terrifying was the reason behind it. Tiberius had been trying to do something that sounds almost mundane today: redistributing land to poor farmers. He wanted ordinary citizens to have a real stake in the empire they had helped build with their blood and sweat. The wealthy senators didn't kill him because his idea was terrible. They killed him because he had dared to ask the people directly, bypassing the traditional power structures. In that single act of violence, a message rang out clearer than any trumpet call. Ordinary citizens were no longer welcome in Roman politics. Democracy, that beautiful, messy, argumentative system that had built an empire, was being quietly murdered. The transformation that followed wasn't sudden or dramatic. It was methodical, systematic, almost bureaucratic in its efficiency. Over the course of exactly 100 years, from 133 BC to 31 BC, the Roman Republic dismantled every single institution that gave regular people a voice in their government. They did it so cleverly, so gradually, that most Romans barely noticed what was happening. First, they made voting practically impossible without technically making it illegal. By 50 BC, if you lived more than 100 miles from Rome, you had essentially zero chance of participating in elections. Not because the law said you couldn't, but because voting required you to physically show up in the city on specific days. No advance notice, no absentee ballots, no accommodations for people who lived far away or had inconvenient jobs. Imagine if American elections worked that way today. If everyone had to travel to Washington, D.C. on a day announced just a week in advance. No mail-in voting, no early voting, no help for people who couldn't afford the trip or take time off work. How many people do you think would actually vote? That's exactly what Rome did to its democracy, slowly strangling it with inconvenience. But the psychological changes cut even deeper than the practical obstacles. Romans stopped thinking of themselves as citizens and started thinking of themselves as subjects. You can actually trace this shift through the words they used. In 100 BC, Romans proudly called themselves civis, citizen. By 100 AD, they were using subditus, subject. That change in language reflected a complete transformation of mindset. Citizens have responsibilities, subjects have only obligations. Citizens participate in government, subjects obey their rulers. Citizens argue with their leaders, subjects humbly petition for favors. The Emperor Augustus understood this psychology perfectly. He gave the Roman people exactly what they seemed to want: entertainment and security in exchange for political irrelevance. Augustus himself wrote about this trade with obvious pride. He gave gladiatorial games in his own name 4 times, and 26 times in the name of his sons and grandsons. In these games, about 10,000 men fought to the death for public entertainment, 10,000 human beings dying for the amusement of crowds. That's roughly equivalent to filling Madison Square Garden with gladiators and watching them kill each other while 20,000 Romans cheered and ate free bread. This is where we get that famous phrase, bread and circuses. A satirical writer named Juvenal coined it around 100 AD to describe what Roman citizens had traded for their political freedom. As he put it, the people who once commanded armies and appointed leaders now meddle no more and long eagerly for just 2 things: bread and circuses. Here's the part that should make anyone uncomfortable. It actually worked. Romans were genuinely happier as subjects than they had ever been as citizens. The period from Augustus to Marcus Aurelius roughly 180 years, was probably the happiest and most prosperous era in human history up to that point. People were safer, wealthier, more comfortable than ever before. They just had no say whatsoever in how they were governed. Does any of this sound familiar? In American presidential elections, voter turnout hovers around 55 to 60% in a good year. In midterm elections, it drops to closer to 40%. That means roughly half of American citizens actively choose not to participate in selecting their government. Recent surveys show that 76% of Americans feel helpless about political issues and 68% avoid political news because it's too stressful. Romans in 200 AD would have understood those feelings completely, but the death of Roman citizenship went far beyond voting and political participation. It was about identity, values, what it meant to be part of something larger than yourself. Romans stopped teaching their children traditional Roman virtues like duty, honor, and service to the state. Instead, they focused on what historians call survival skills: how to navigate imperial bureaucracy, how to avoid attracting unwanted attention from authorities, how to keep your head down and your family safe. The qualities that had made Romans great, courage, civic responsibility, willingness to sacrifice for the common good, weren't just becoming irrelevant. They were becoming actively dangerous. The Christian writer Augustine, who lived through the final collapse of Roman authority, captured this perfectly. Romans had become strangers to themselves. They knew they were called Romans, but they no longer knew what being Roman actually meant. This identity crisis had consequences that went far beyond politics. By 300 AD, archaeological evidence shows that most people living in the Roman Empire couldn't tell you who the current emperor was. They had never seen Roman coins, conducted their daily business in local languages rather than Latin. Imagine discovering that most Americans couldn't name the current president, had never used US dollars, and spoke primarily in languages other than English. That's essentially what had happened to Roman identity by the 4th century. The military reflected this breakdown most clearly. Roman armies in 400 AD were composed almost entirely of non-Romans, fighting under non-Roman commanders, using non-Roman tactics. They carried Roman eagles and fought in the name of Roman emperors, but they weren't Roman in any meaningful sense. They were simply mercenaries wearing Roman uniforms. What makes this story truly tragic is that this transformation was largely voluntary. Romans chose entertainment over engagement, security over responsibility, comfort over citizen. They abdicated their role as citizens, not because they were forced to, but because being a citizen had become inconvenient, demanding, sometimes even dangerous. The saddest part is that Romans didn't realize what they were giving up until it was far too late. They thought they were making a practical trade, political involvement, for personal security. They didn't understand that citizenship isn't just about rights and privileges. It's about identity, purpose, connection to something larger and more enduring than yourself. By the time they realized what they had lost, there was no one left who remembered how to get it back. The skills of citizenship, debate, compromise, civic engagement, shared responsibility had simply disappeared like morning mist. Romans had become spectators in their own empire, guests in their own house. A historian writing in the 4th century captured the final result perfectly. Romans, he said, had become like visitors in their own home, welcomed when convenient, ignored when troublesome, but never again truly belonging to the place their ancestors had built, with such pride, such sacrifice, such magnificent, foolish hope. Picture this. Young men from Germanic villages, sitting by their fires at night, practicing Latin phrases they'd learned from Roman merchants. They weren't planning to destroy Rome, they were dreaming of joining it. The collapse happening inside Roman cities was dramatic, sure, but something far more profound was unfolding along the empire's edges. The people Romans called barbarians weren't just learning to fight Romans anymore. They were learning to become Romans. Here's the thing about borders in the ancient world. They weren't really lines on maps the way we think of them today. Around 200 AD, the Roman frontier looked more like, well, imagine the world's longest job fair, one that ran every single day for 300 years. You'd walk up to the Rhine River, and on the Roman side, there were recruiting stations everywhere. Training camps stretched along the banks, what we'd basically recognize as immigration processing centers, buzzed with activity from dawn to dusk. Cross over to the Germanic side, and you'd find something remarkable. Entire villages where young men spent their days learning Latin. They practiced Roman military drills in their spare time. They competed fiercely for the chance to join Roman legions. It wasn't quite the savage invasion you might picture. More like a really violent version of a job training program. The numbers tell an incredible story. By 250 AD, roughly 60% of all Roman soldiers came from outside traditional Roman territories. Not 60% of new recruits, mind you. 60% of the entire military. Think about that for a moment. The empire that had conquered the known world was now being defended, primarily, by the descendants of people they'd once conquered. But here's what makes this even more interesting. These Germanic recruits weren't desperate refugees fleeing poverty. They weren't victims of persecution seeking safety. These were ambitious young men who saw Roman military service as, quite simply, the best career opportunity available. And Rome made them work for it. Germanic recruits actually had to pass more rigorous standards than Roman citizens to join the legions. The barbarians had to be better soldiers than the Romans to qualify for Roman military service. It's a bit like discovering that foreign recruits have to score higher on entrance exams than American citizens to join the US military, which, incidentally, often happens today. A Roman writer named Vigesius complained about this situation around 390 AD. He wrote, "Our armies are now filled with foreigners who show more dedication to Roman discipline than Romans themselves." He wasn't exaggerating. Archaeological evidence from frontier forts shows something fascinating. Germanic soldiers often adopted Roman customs more enthusiastically than soldiers from Italy. By 300 AD, the Roman military had become so international that Latin wasn't even the primary language in most legions. Roman armies operated in a mixture of Latin Germanic dialects, Celtic languages, and local frontier pidgins. Imagine if the US military operated primarily in Spanish, Arabic, Tagalog, and English, with officers switching between languages depending on who they were talking to. That's essentially what Roman legions looked like by the 4th century. The most remarkable thing about this whole process was how voluntary it was. Romans needed soldiers. Germanic tribes needed economic opportunities. It worked beautifully for centuries. Germanic leaders served Rome faithfully for decades. They earned Roman citizenship, married into Roman families, retired to Roman villas. These weren't conquered peoples resentfully serving their oppressors. These were successful immigrants building Roman careers. Take Flavius Stilicho, who became the most powerful general in the Western Roman Empire around 395 AD. His father was a Vandal chief. His mother was Roman. He spoke Gothic as his first language. Yet he spent 30 years defending Roman territories against other Germanic tribes. He married into the imperial family. He was so thoroughly Roman in his identity that he named his son Eucherius, a Greek name that was fashionable among Roman elites. By 400 AD, approximately 40% of high-ranking Roman officials had at least one non-Roman parent. The empire wasn't being conquered by outsiders. It was being inherited by the children and grandchildren of immigrants who'd spent generations proving their loyalty to Rome. This pattern might sound familiar. About 14% of current US military personnel are foreign-born. Another 18% are children of immigrants. That means roughly 1 in 3 American soldiers comes from an immigrant family. But the parallel goes deeper than military service. Just like Rome, America has become dependent on immigrant labor, not just for jobs Americans won't do, but for jobs that require skills many Americans don't have. Foreign-born workers make up about 25% of all US workers in STEM fields. 40% of all Nobel Prize winners living in America since 2000 have been immigrants. You've probably noticed this yourself. How many of your doctors have foreign accents? Your engineers? Your teachers? You might work alongside someone who came to America specifically because they believed in American values more passionately than people who were born here. You're witnessing the same process that sustained Rome for centuries. The Roman experience shows us something crucial. Immigration isn't weakness, it's strength, but it's also complicated, and it requires something that Rome eventually lost: a clear sense of what you're asking immigrants to join. Here's where Rome's story becomes a cautionary tale. The system worked beautifully as long as Rome offered something worth joining. Germanic warriors wanted to become Roman soldiers because Roman soldiers were the best trained, best equipped, best paid military force in the world. Germanic families wanted Roman citizenship because Roman citizenship meant protection, opportunity, and respect. But what happened when being Roman stopped meaning anything special? What happened when Roman soldiers weren't better than everyone else? When Roman citizenship became just another bureaucratic label? When Roman culture lost its confidence and distinctiveness? That's when the system started breaking down. By 400 AD, many Germanic groups were maintaining their own languages, customs, and legal systems, even while serving in Roman armies. They were Roman soldiers, but they weren't becoming Roman people. Germanic groups began creating what historians call hybrid identities. They were simultaneously Roman and Germanic, taking the benefits of Roman service while maintaining their tribal loyalties. This wasn't necessarily bad, but it was definitely different from the earlier pattern of full assimilation. The turning point came during what we call the migration period, roughly 375 to 568 AD. But here's the thing, it wasn't really a period of migration in the way we usually think about it. The total number of barbarian settlers in Roman territories during this entire period was probably less than 5% of the total population. 5%. That's like saying modern America was being invaded by immigrants when immigrants only make up about 14% of our current population. The difference wasn't numbers, it was organization and leadership. What changed was that Germanic groups stopped joining Rome and started replacing it. Instead of individual warriors seeking Roman military careers, entire peoples began negotiating directly with Roman authorities as equals. They weren't asking to join the Roman system. They were offering to take over parts of it, the same process that had strengthened Rome for centuries. Integrating outsiders into Roman institutions suddenly began dismantling those institutions from within. By 450 AD, large parts of the Western Roman Empire were being governed by Germanic kings, who held Roman titles. They commanded armies of Germanic soldiers, who carried Roman eagles. They collected taxes from Roman citizens, who increasingly saw these Germanic rulers as more effective than distant emperors. The fascinating thing is that many of these Germanic rulers considered themselves Roman. Theodoric the Great, who ruled Italy from 493 to 526, called himself King of the Romans. He spent his entire reign trying to preserve Roman institutions, Roman law, and Roman culture. He just did it more effectively than actual Roman emperors had been doing. This is the real story of Rome's transformation. It wasn't conquered by barbarians. It was gradually changed by people who had learned to be more Roman than the Romans themselves. The empire didn't die from foreign invasion. It died from successful integration that eventually made the original culture, in a way, obsolete. The most remarkable transformations in human history often begin not with grand declarations or dramatic battles, but with quiet shifts that nobody notices until the world has already changed. While Roman senators debated taxation policies, while military commanders worried about barbarian tribes pressing against distant borders, a revolution was taking shape in the shadows. It wasn't happening in palaces or war rooms. It was happening in small gatherings, in humble homes, among people whose names would never be recorded in official histories. a carpenter from an obscure Palestinian town, had died centuries earlier, executed as a common criminal by Roman authorities. Yet somehow, his followers had planted seeds of change that would grow into something no emperor could have imagined. By the early 4th century, these seeds were ready to reshape the entire foundation of Roman civilization. Picture Emperor Constantine on the night before one of the most important battles of his career. October 27th, 312. Tomorrow, he would face his rival Maxentius at a bridge just outside Rome. The winner would control the entire Western Empire. The loser would probably die. Constantine was a practical man, a career politician who had spent his life calculating odds and making strategic decisions. He worshipped Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun god, like many Roman soldiers of his era. But according to his later accounts, something extraordinary happened that night. Constantine claimed he saw a vision in the sky, a cross of light above the sun, with words written beneath it, "In this sign, conquer." Whether you believe in divine visions or cosmic coincidences, what happened next was undeniably miraculous in its consequences. Constantine ordered his soldiers to paint Christian symbols on their shields. They won the battle decisively. Maxentius drowned in the river, and within hours, Constantine had become sole ruler of the Western Roman Empire. Here's where the story gets fascinating. Constantine wasn't even a Christian when he had this vision. He was a shrewd political operator who recognized something that most of his contemporaries had missed entirely. Christianity wasn't just another religious cult competing for attention in Rome's crowded spiritual marketplace. It was the future of Roman power. And he was absolutely right, though, not in any way he could have anticipated. The numbers tell an astonishing story. When Constantine legalized Christianity with his famous Edict of Milan in 313, Christians represented perhaps 10% of the empire's total population, just 1 person in 10. Yet within 80 years, Christianity had become the official state religion. Traditional Roman religious practices were actually illegal. Imagine if a minority religious group in America today, representing perhaps 1 in 10 citizens, somehow became the official national faith by the end of this century, with all other religions banned. That's the scale and speed of transformation we're talking about. Constantine's conversion wasn't just a personal spiritual journey, it became the most expensive midlife crisis in world history. Financial records suggest he spent roughly 25% of the entire imperial treasury on Christian building projects during his first decade as a Christian emperor. 25% of Rome's total budget devoted to constructing churches. To put this in perspective, that would be like a modern government spending more than $1 trillion, the equivalent of an entire military budget, on religious architecture all at once, while simultaneously fighting wars and managing economic crises. The Basilica of St. Peter in Rome, Constantine's flagship project, consumed approximately 40,000 tons of marble. Gold leaf covered nearly 2,000 square meters of ceiling space. Contemporary sources suggest it cost more than the annual budget of 3 entire Roman provinces combined. One church required resources equivalent to maintaining 10 full Roman legions for 5 years, and Constantine didn't stop with St. Peter. He built massive Christian basilicas across the empire. Rome, Constantinople, Jerusalem, Bethlehem. Virtually every major city received its monument to the new faith. The economic impact was staggering, but the cultural transformation was even more profound. Here's where Constantine's story becomes genuinely strange. The emperor who legalized Christianity didn't actually understand it particularly well. Historical sources suggest he continued participating in pagan religious ceremonies for years after his supposed conversion. He retained his title as Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of traditional Roman religion. Most remarkably, Constantine wasn't even baptized until he was literally dying, in 337. It's as if a president established Christmas as a national holiday while never having read the Bible and still celebrating winter solstice rituals. Constantine created a Christian empire while remaining essentially pagan in his personal beliefs and daily practices. But perhaps this contradiction was actually his genius. Instead of trying to eliminate Roman culture, Constantine absorbed Christianity into it. The result was something that would have simultaneously horrified early Christian martyrs and confused traditional Romans. A hybrid religion that was Christian and Roman, revolutionary and conservative, spiritual and political, all at the same time. This transformation played out in countless fascinating details. Christian bishops began wearing purple robes traditionally reserved for Roman senators. Christian churches adopted architectural styles borrowed directly from Roman law courts. Christian prayers incorporated the formal ceremonial language of imperial decrees. Even Christian theology was influenced by Roman legal concepts. The idea of Christ as divine judge, rather than simply savior, became central to Christian doctrine. None of this was accidental. Church documents reveal that Constantine explicitly instructed bishops to make Christianity accessible to Roman minds. He wanted them to demonstrate that Christian values were completely compatible with Roman greatness. He was essentially asking Christianity to become the empire's new state religion, complete with all the political compromises that such a role would require. The results were spectacular and troubling in equal measure. On one hand, Christianity provided Romans with something they desperately needed, a sense of purpose beyond material success. A moral framework that transcended day-to-day politics, a community structure that could survive economic disasters and military defeats. As traditional Roman institutions began collapsing under various pressures, Christian communities often became the only reliable source of social services, healthcare, education, and charity. But state-sponsored Christianity quickly became as corrupt and politically motivated as any other Roman institution. Christian bishops essentially became government officials, complete with salaries, political appointments, and all the temptations that temporal power brings. By 350, Christian churches owned approximately 20% of all arable land in the Roman Empire, making the institutional church one of the largest landowners in world history. Church wealth exceeded the combined treasuries of most Roman provinces. Christian bishops lived in palaces, commanded private armies, and influenced imperial policy as much as any Roman senator ever had. This pattern might sound familiar to modern observers. Religious organizations today control assets worth trillions of dollars. Religious leaders regularly meet with political officials. Faith-based organizations receive billions in government funding. The financial and political entanglement between religious and secular power remains remarkably similar to what Constantine created 1700 years ago. Despite our theoretical separation of church and state, the transformation wasn't just about money and institutional power. It fundamentally changed what it meant to be Roman. Traditional Roman values had emphasized duty to the state, honor in military combat, loyalty to family and ancestral traditions. Christian values emphasized humility, forgiveness, concern for the poor, and powerless. These weren't necessarily contradictory ideals, but they created psychological tensions that Romans had never experienced before. A Roman senator and historian writing around 380 captured this perfectly. Romans no longer know, he observed, whether they serve Caesar or Christ, whether their primary loyalty belongs to the empire or to heaven. This wasn't merely a philosophical puzzle. It had practical consequences for everything from military recruitment to tax collection. Christian soldiers began questioning whether they could kill enemy combatants. Christian officials began questioning whether they could enforce harsh legal penalties. Christian citizens began questioning whether earthly political power mattered at all. Compared to eternal salvation, military recruitment became significantly more difficult after Christianity became the official religion, partly because many young Christian men chose monastic life over military service. But perhaps the most profound change was psychological rather than practical. Romans had always believed they were destined to rule the world, because the gods favored them above all other peoples. Christianity taught that all earthly power was temporary, that true victory belonged to the humble and oppressed, rather than the mighty and successful. Christianity gave Romans permission to stop caring about Roman greatness. This created what historians call the otherworldly turn, a cultural shift away from civic engagement toward personal salvation. The great Christian theologian Augustine explicitly argued that the city of God was more important than any earthly city, including Rome itself. According to Augustine's theology, earthly empires were just temporary shadows of an eternal divine kingdom. This raises a question that should concern anyone living in a powerful civilization. What happens when people stop believing that their civilization is worth preserving? When personal spiritual concerns become more important than civic responsibilities? When citizens focus more on the next world than on improving this one? Modern research suggests this tension persists today. Americans who describe themselves as very religious are statistically less likely to vote, less likely to participate in local government, and less likely to identify civic duty as a personal priority, compared to Americans who describe themselves as secular. This doesn't mean religious people don't care about society. They often contribute enormously to charitable work and community service, but strong religious belief can sometimes create competing loyalties that weaken civic engagement. Romans discovered this dynamic 1600 years ago. The irony is profound. Constantine thought Christianity would strengthen Roman unity and resolve. Instead, it created entirely new divisions that Romans had never experienced. Christians immediately began arguing among themselves about theological questions, creating competing schools of thought that often seemed to hate each other more than they hated traditional pagans. The Arian controversy dominated Christian politics for most of the 4th century. It was essentially a civil war fought with theological arguments instead of swords. Christian bishops spent more time and energy attacking other Christians over doctrinal disagreements than they devoted to any external threats facing the empire. By 380, there were so many competing Christian factions that Emperor Theodosius had to issue an official decree defining which version of Christianity was legally acceptable. The government essentially had to pass a law determining which denomination qualified as real Christianity. The most unexpected consequence of Rome's Christian revolution was that it made the empire ungovernable as a single political unit. Christian theology emphasized universal brotherhood among all believers, but Christian politics created intense regional loyalties as different areas developed different theological traditions. Eastern parts of the empire, centered around Constantinople, developed a form of Christianity that emphasized mystical religious experience and sophisticated theological speculation. Western parts, centered around Rome, developed a more practical, law-focused Christianity. These weren't simply different denominations. They became different civilizations, with different languages, different customs, different ideas about what a Christian empire should actually look like. Constantine had hoped Christianity would unite his empire under a single shared faith. Instead, it created two empires that shared a religion but couldn't share a government. The spiritual revolution that was supposed to save Rome was preparing to divide it permanently. Sometimes the most powerful forces in history are the ones that promise unity, while quietly preparing the ground for separation. Picture an emperor staring at a map so vast it would terrify any modern leader. The year was 285 AD, and Diocletian faced an empire that stretched across 3 continents. He governed over 50 million people, dealt with Persian armies attacking from the north, economic chaos in the heartlands, and religious turmoil everywhere. This man was practical, a career soldier who climbed through the ranks by fixing problems rather than creating them. His solutions seemed brilliant at the time. If managing this enormous empire was too much for one person, why not split the workload? He created something called the Tetrarchy, ruled by 4 people, 2 senior emperors called Augusti, each supported by a junior emperor called a Caesar. The idea made perfect sense. Experienced rulers would handle the big challenges while training their replacements. This would create smooth transitions of power and end the military coups that had been tearing Rome apart for decades. Diocletian genuinely believed he was saving the empire. One of his inscriptions, carved in stone and preserved to this day, reads simply, "By dividing our labors, we multiply our strength. On paper, this looked like genius. In reality, it became the beginning of the end. The problem wasn't dividing the work, it was dividing the loyalty. Within just 20 years, these four rulers spent more time fighting each other than fighting outside enemies. But the real disaster came later, when Constantine defeated his rivals and became sole emperor again, around 324 AD. Instead of bringing everything back together under Rome, Constantine made a decision that would echo through the centuries. He built a completely new capital city in the east, in what's now Istanbul, Turkey. Constantinople, Constantine's city, wasn't just another Roman town. Constantine intended it to be a new Rome that would surpass the old Rome in every possible way. The numbers tell an incredible story. Constantine moved approximately 50,000 people from all over the empire to populate his new city. He stripped artwork, statues and architectural pieces from dozens of other cities to decorate Constantinople. One historian calculated that Constantine spent more on building this new capital than had been spent on public works in the entire previous century. Here's where Constantine's vision became a curse. He succeeded too well. Within 50 years, Constantinople genuinely was superior to Rome in almost every way you could measure. It had better harbors, geography that was easier to defend, closer access to the wealthy eastern provinces, and a more strategic location for trade with Asia. By 400 AD, Constantinople controlled roughly 60% of all Mediterranean trade, while Rome's commercial importance had dropped to about 15%. The new capital wasn't just competing with the old capital, it was replacing it entirely. This created a problem nobody had seen coming. Which Rome was the real Rome? Officials in Constantinople claimed they represented the legitimate continuation of Roman tradition. Officials in Rome claimed that the eternal city couldn't possibly be replaced by some upstart eastern metropolis. Think about how strange this situation was. Imagine if the United States government built a new capital in California, moved most federal agencies there, and then spent the next century arguing about whether real America was based in Washington or Los Angeles. The split became official in 385 AD, when Emperor Theodosius died and divided the empire between his two sons. Honorius got the west with Rome as his capital. Arcadius got the east with Constantinople. This was supposed to be a temporary arrangement. It ended up lasting over 1,000 years, but the real tragedy wasn't political, it was psychological. Romans had always believed that Rome was eternal, unified and destined to rule the world forever. Suddenly, there were two Romes, each claiming to be more Roman than the other, and both obviously struggling to control their own territories. The Eastern Empire developed its own version of Roman identity that emphasized Greek culture, Orthodox Christianity, and connections to ancient Greece. The Western Empire maintained Latin traditions, closer ties to Germanic peoples, and eventually Catholic Christianity. By 450 AD, these were essentially different civilizations that just happened to share the name Roman. Here's where the story becomes both fascinating and heartbreaking. The two Roman empires didn't just ignore each other, they actively worked to destroy each other. Between 401 and 476 AD, the Eastern and Western Roman governments spent more resources fighting each other than they spent defending against barbarian invasions. The most terrible example came in 408 AD, when the Western Empire was literally under siege by Visigoth armies led by Alaric. The Eastern Emperor could have easily sent military aid to save Rome. Instead, he negotiated a secret alliance with Alaric, hoping that the fall of the Western Empire would make Constantinople stronger. It worked perfectly. In 410 AD, Alaric sacked Rome, while Eastern Roman armies stood by and watched. The Eternal City was looted and burned while the Eastern Empire celebrated what it saw as a diplomatic victory. A Christian writer who witnessed the aftermath wrote simply, "The city which had taken the whole world was itself taken." Here's something that should worry anyone living in a modern superpower. The Eastern Romans thought they were being clever. They assumed that eliminating their Western rivals would make them stronger and more unified. Instead, it made them the next target. Once the Germanic kingdoms had finished carving up the Western Empire, they turned their attention to the richer, more defensible Eastern territories. The Eastern Empire spent the next 200 years in constant siege, fighting for survival against the same forces it had helped unleash against the West. The economic consequences were just as devastating. The division essentially broke the Mediterranean economy. Trade routes that had operated for centuries were suddenly crossing international borders, subject to different laws, different currencies, and different tax systems. Think about this. Most of the problems that made the division seem necessary were actually created by the division itself. The empire wasn't too big to govern effectively, it was too divided to govern effectively. The challenges that convinced Diocletian to split the empire were largely the result of previous splits that had weakened central authority. The split created what we might call a zero-sum mindset, the belief that one part of Rome could only succeed if the other part failed. By 450 AD, both Roman governments were spending more energy undermining each other than cooperating against common threats. This mindset became a self-fulfilling prophecy. The more each government treated the other as a rival rather than an ally, the more they actually became rivals. By 460 AD, Eastern and Western Roman armies were using completely different tactics, different equipment, and different strategies, making military cooperation impossible. The final blow came when both empires started competing for the same barbarian allies. Both Constantinople and Ravenna, where the Western capital had moved, began offering higher payments and better treaties to Germanic kingdoms, essentially bidding against each other for military support. The Germanic kings played both sides while gradually taking over territories from both empires. By 476 AD, when the last Western Roman emperor was removed from power, he was actually overthrown by a Germanic chieftain who held official titles from both Roman governments. The man who destroyed the Western Roman Empire was technically a Roman official. He'd been appointed by Romans, paid by Romans, and authorized by Romans to govern Roman territory. The only problem was that nobody could agree which Romans had the authority to appoint him. The Eastern Empire survived for another 1,000 years, but it was never again the universal confident civilization that Rome had once been. It became a regional power focused on survival rather than expansion, defense rather than innovation. And perhaps that's the most haunting lesson of all. Sometimes the very solutions we create to save ourselves become the forces that ultimately transform us beyond recognition. The earth has its own rhythms, its own moods, and sometimes it decides to change the rules entirely. Around the 3rd century, just as the Roman world was already struggling with so many problems, nature itself began to shift in ways that would reshape everything. Picture this for a moment. In the year 200, Roman farmers in Yorkshire, way up north of London, were harvesting grapes for wine. These weren't struggling little vines either. These were thriving vineyards, producing enough wine that people could actually make a living from it. Down south in England, olive trees grew in neat rows, their branches heavy with fruit. The wheat fields stretched on and on, producing so much grain that they could ship the extra across the Channel to feed people on the continent. Britain under Roman rule wasn't just getting by in that northern climate, it was flourishing. Archaeological digs show us villa after villa, with heated swimming pools, elaborate gardens, sophisticated farming systems. Nearly 4 million people called Roman Britain home. That's almost as many as live in all of Britain today. Then something started to change. The temperatures began dropping, slowly at first, then more dramatically. Between 300 and 400 AD, average temperatures across Europe fell by about 2 to 3 degrees Celsius. Now, that might not sound like much when you think about your daily weather forecast. But when it comes to climate, those few degrees make all the difference in the world. The growing season, that precious window when crops can actually grow and ripen, started shrinking. In Northern Europe, farmers lost 4 to 6 weeks of growing time every year. Imagine trying to run a farm when you suddenly have a month and a half less time to grow your food. The areas that had been shipping surplus crops for centuries couldn't even feed their own people anymore. Those Yorkshire vineyards, they disappeared completely. The olive groves moved south by over 200 miles. Wheat yields crashed by 30 to 40% across the province. By the year 320, many of the farms that had prospered for generations stood empty, their owners long gone. Here's something fascinating about human nature. When people can't make a living where they are, they don't just sit there and accept it. They pack up and look for somewhere better. And when you're talking about millions of people all making that decision at the same time, well, that's when entire civilizations start to crumble. Think about it this way. Imagine if climate change forced everyone in Chicago to leave their homes and go searching for new places to live, all within just one generation. That's roughly the scale of what was happening across Europe during the 4th and 5th centuries. About 2 to 3 million people on the move, all looking for land that could still support them. The really unsettling part is how familiar this sounds. Today, climate change displaces about 20 million people every year worldwide. That's like the entire population of New York State becoming refugees annually. We're not just reading about ancient climate migration as some distant historical curiosity. We're watching the early stages of our own version of it unfold right now. Back in Roman times, though, this climate shift didn't just affect farming, it started unraveling the entire economic web that held the empire together. Trade across the Mediterranean dropped by about 60% between 300 and 450 AD. Here's how that devastating chain reaction worked. Colder temperatures meant shorter growing seasons. Shorter growing seasons meant smaller harvests. Smaller harvests meant food prices shot up. When people had to spend more on food, they had less money for everything else. Less money for other goods meant less trade. Less trade meant fewer jobs. Fewer jobs meant more people leaving home to search for opportunities somewhere, anywhere else. It was like watching dominoes fall in slow motion, each one triggering the next collapse. What started with temperature changes ended with the breakdown of entire civilizations. A Roman writer named Salvian, writing around 440 AD, captured the human reality of this crisis in words that still send chills down your spine. He wrote about whole districts emptied of people, entire cities destroyed. The few survivors, he said, were begging to be taken in by the very people who had driven them from their lands. They were grateful, he wrote, to become slaves, just so they could stay alive. Let that sink in for a moment. The climate had become so harsh, life so difficult, that Romans were voluntarily giving up their freedom just to survive. Not because of political oppression or military conquest, but because environmental disaster had made any other choice impossible. Now, here's something important to understand about climate disasters. They never affect everyone equally. They hit some people much harder than others. The Germanic peoples living north of the Roman frontier got hammered even worse than the Romans did. Their traditional farming areas became virtually unlivable, forcing entire tribes to pack up and move south, searching for land they could actually farm. This is where climate change transformed into a military threat. These Germanic tribes weren't marching toward Rome because they wanted to conquer it, because they had dreams of empire. They were fleeing environmental disaster, and Rome just happened to be in their path. The most dramatic example was what happened with the Huns. For centuries, historians thought the Hun migrations were just typical nomadic aggression, the usual story of warrior peoples sweeping across the steppes. But recent climate data tells a different story entirely. The Central Asian steppes experienced severe drought and cooling during the 4th century, making the traditional nomadic way of life impossible. The Huns weren't conquering, they were fleeing. And their migration forced everyone else to flee too, creating this massive chain reaction that eventually crashed into Roman borders like a slow-motion tsunami. By 376 AD, about 200,000 Gothic refugees were camped along the Danube River, desperately asking for permission to enter Roman territory. Picture the entire population of Salt Lake City showing up at a border all at once, fleeing environmental disaster, and you get a sense of the scale Rome was dealing with. Initially, Rome tried to handle this humanely. Emperor Valens agreed to let the Gothic refugees settle in Roman territory, provided they would serve in Roman armies and pay Roman taxes. On paper, it seemed like a perfect solution. Rome would get new soldiers and taxpayers, while the Goths would get safety and farmable land. But here's what nobody anticipated. Climate refugees don't just need new homes. They need jobs, economic opportunities, ways to build new lives. And Rome's climate-damaged economy couldn't provide work for millions of displaced people. Food shortages and economic competition between Roman citizens and Gothic settlers created tensions that exploded into violence. The result was the Battle of Adrianople in 378 AD, one of the most decisive defeats in Roman history. Emperor Valens was killed along with about 20,000 Roman soldiers. But this wasn't really a military defeat in the traditional sense. It was the violent end result of a climate crisis that had been building for decades. The battle was won, as one historian put it, not by superior tactics or Roman incompetence, but by climate change, which had destroyed the economic foundation that could have supported peaceful coexistence. The parallel with our modern world is almost too disturbing to contemplate. We're facing exactly the same challenge today, just on a much larger scale. The World Bank estimates that climate change could displace over 200 million people by 2050. That's equivalent to 2/3 of the entire US population, becoming climate refugees in the next 25 years. The economic impacts are already visible and growing. Climate-related disasters now cost the US economy over $100 billion annually. That's roughly equivalent to the entire economic output of Ukraine. And unlike Rome, which faced cooling, we're dealing with warming that could be even more disruptive to established ways of life. The psychological impact on Romans was just as devastating as all the economic and military consequences. Many interpreted the climate change as a sign of divine anger. As one Christian writer put it, "The world is perishing, this is the anger of God upon a sinful generation." But some Romans understood exactly what was happening in scientific terms. An agricultural writer named Palladius, writing around 350 AD, documented how farming techniques that had worked for centuries were suddenly failing. He recommended moving crops to different regions, changing planting schedules, adapting to new conditions that seemed to be permanent. Palladius was essentially writing the world's first climate adaptation manual, trying to help people adjust to a world that had fundamentally changed. But by the time Romans realized they needed to adapt, the changes were happening faster than their institutions could respond. This creates what historians call the adaptation paradox. Complex societies need time and resources to adapt to climate change, but climate change destroys the very time and resources needed for adaptation. Rome found itself trying to solve a long-term environmental problem while simultaneously dealing with immediate military, economic, and political crises caused by that same environmental problem. It's like trying to repair your house while it's burning down around you. Archaeological evidence shows Romans did try to adapt. They developed new crop varieties, built more sophisticated irrigation systems, experimented with different agricultural techniques. In some regions, particularly in the warmer, more stable areas around the Mediterranean, Roman farmers successfully adapted to the new climate conditions. But adaptation only worked where the climate change was gradual and manageable. In regions where the change was rapid or severe, like northern Britain or the frontier provinces, adaptation became impossible. Those areas were simply abandoned. By 400 AD, about 30% of Roman agricultural land in the northern provinces had been abandoned due to climate-related challenges. That's equivalent to the entire state of Texas going out of agricultural production in a single century. The human cost was staggering, but the population of the Western Roman Empire declined by approximately 25% between 300 and 5% between 300 and 500 AD. That's roughly 15 million people, more than the entire population of Pennsylvania, who simply disappeared from the historical record. Some died from hunger and disease. Some became refugees and migrated elsewhere. Some were killed in the violence that accompanied social breakdown. but the majority probably just lived shorter, harder lives in a world that had become fundamentally more difficult and dangerous than the one their grandparents had known. Perhaps most tragically, the climate crisis destroyed something intangible but crucial. It destroyed Roman confidence in the future. Roman writers of the 5th century stopped talking about progress, improvement, expansion. Instead, they wrote about survival, endurance, hoping that things wouldn't get worse. The empire that had once believed it would last forever was now focused entirely on making it through the next winter. And as if climate change weren't challenging enough, Romans were about to face biological disasters that would make their environmental struggles seem almost manageable by comparison. In the year 165, something invisible and deadly began its journey westward, carried in the bodies of victorious Roman soldiers. They had just defeated the mighty Parthian Empire in the east, and now they were coming home to celebrate. But these warriors brought more than stories of conquest. They carried microscopic passengers that would prove more devastating than any barbarian horde. Picture Rome, at this moment, gleaming in what historians call its golden age. Marcus Aurelius, the philosopher-emperor, sat on the throne. Trade flourished across the Mediterranean. Citizens walked marble streets, confident in their empire's eternal strength. Nobody could have imagined that their greatest enemy would be something they couldn't even see. The disease that arrived with those returning legions was likely smallpox, though Romans had no name for it. They had never encountered anything like it before. When a completely new pathogen meets a population with zero immunity, the results can be catastrophic. Modern epidemiologists tell us mortality rates can climb above 30%, and that's exactly what happened in Rome. The numbers are staggering when you really think about them. At the height of what became known as the Antonine Plague, Rome itself was losing about 2,000 people every single day. That's like a fully loaded commercial airliner crashing daily, for over a year. The physician Galen, who witnessed it all, wrote the bodies piled up faster than they could be buried, and the living barely outnumbered the dead. What made this plague particularly cruel was who it chose to kill. This wasn't a disease that took the old and weak. It targeted adults in their prime. The farmers, the soldiers, the craftsmen, the parents, all the people Rome needed most. Even Marcus Aurelius himself nearly died, spending months delirious with fever, writing in his journal about joining the countless thousands who had already departed this life. Imagine the fear that must have gripped ordinary Romans. They had always believed their empire was blessed by the gods, protected by divine favor. Suddenly, that protection seemed to have vanished. The same emotions we felt during recent pandemic times, that strange combination of uncertainty and isolation, Romans experienced too, just without modern medicine or instant communication. The economic collapse came swiftly. Imperial tax revenue dropped by 40% as entire regions became ghost towns. A writer named Aelius Aristides described traveling through Asia Minor and finding cities completely empty, with wild animals roaming through marketplaces where merchants once conducted business. Picture that haunting scene, nature reclaiming civilization. The military consequences were even more severe. Rome's professional legions, the forces that had conquered the known world, were suddenly desperate for recruits. They began accepting gladiators, slaves, even barbarian prisoners, anyone who could hold a sword. Archaeological evidence shows that many frontier forts along the Rhine and Danube rivers were simply abandoned because there weren't enough healthy soldiers to man them. This created a vicious cycle that would haunt Rome for centuries. Military weakness led to more barbarian raids, which spread disease further, which weakened the military even more. Just as Romans began recovering from the Antonine Plague, around 249 AD, a second pandemic struck with vengeance. This one was named after Saint Cyprian, the Bishop of Carthage, who documented its horrific effects. His description reads like something from a nightmare. The eyes on fire with blood, the whole body tortured with pain. Intestines shaken with continual vomiting. This was possibly an early outbreak of hemorrhagic fever. something similar to modern Ebola. The timing couldn't have been worse. Rome was already struggling with what historians call the crisis of the 3rd century. Economic collapse, military defeats, political chaos, and now plague made recovery virtually impossible. Between 200 and 500 AD, the Roman Empire may have lost a quarter of its entire population. That's roughly 15 to 20 million people who simply disappeared. To put that in perspective, imagine if the United States lost 80 million people in a single century. Entire states would become empty wilderness. Major cities would turn into ghost towns. The social fabric would completely unravel. That's essentially what happened to Rome during the 3rd century. Archaeological surveys reveal that hundreds of Roman cities simply vanished during this period. Not conquered in war, not destroyed by natural disasters, just abandoned as their populations died or fled, seeking better survival prospects. The psychological impact was just as devastating as the demographic collapse. Romans had always seen themselves as special, destined for eternal glory. The plague forced them to confront their own vulnerability. The Christian writer Cyprian saw it as evidence that the Roman world was ending. "The world has grown old," he wrote, "and does not remain in its former vigor." Whether you believe in divine judgment or not, Cyprian was essentially correct, but the worst was yet to come. In 541 AD, just as the Eastern Roman Empire was beginning to recover under Emperor Justinian, a 3rd plague arrived that made the previous outbreaks seem manageable by comparison. This was bubonic plague, the same disease that would later cause the Black Death in medieval Europe. The contemporary historian Procopius lived through the outbreak in Constantinople and left us vivid accounts. The plague was killing approximately 10,000 people per day in the capital alone during its peak. His descriptions read like scenes from an apocalypse movie. "Death reigned everywhere," he wrote. "Buildings stood empty, and those still alive wandered the streets like ghosts." The scale of this catastrophe is almost incomprehensible. Recent genetic analysis suggests the Justinian plague killed between 25 and 50 million people across Europe, Asia, and Africa in just 8 years. That's equivalent to the entire population of South Korea disappearing. Or imagine if everyone in California and Texas simply vanished. This plague struck just as Justinian was attempting to reconquer the Western territories lost to barbarian kingdoms. His armies had successfully retaken North Africa and were making progress in Italy when the plague forced him to abandon his grand reconquest plans entirely. The empire that dreamed of restoring Roman glory was suddenly struggling just to survive. Modern epidemiologists have drawn parallels between ancient Roman plagues and COVID-19, but there's one crucial difference. Romans had no understanding of germs, no concept of quarantine, no effective medical treatments. Their responses often made outbreaks worse by encouraging people to gather in temples and participate in communal rituals, seeking divine intervention. COVID-19, despite its enormous impact, killed roughly 0.1% of the world's population over 3 years. The Roman plagues killed 25 to 30% of the empire's population over similar periods. Roman plague mortality rates were roughly 300 times higher than modern pandemic mortality rates. These experiences changed Roman society permanently. People stopped having large families because child mortality was so high. They stopped investing in long-term projects because the future seemed too uncertain. They stopped believing in Roman destiny because Roman strength had proven so fragile. Archaeological evidence shows Romans also stopped maintaining their infrastructure during plague years. Aqueduct systems, road networks, and public buildings began deteriorating rapidly during the 3rd century and were never fully restored. The military impact was equally permanent. With armies becoming so depleted, they began accepting recruits who would have been rejected in healthier times. By 600 AD, the Eastern Roman Empire's military consisted largely of foreign mercenaries because there simply weren't enough healthy Roman citizens available for service. The empire that once conquered the world with citizen soldiers was now dependent on hired foreigners for its defense. Perhaps the most tragic aspect was how much of the damage was preventable. Some Roman communities that implemented rational public health measures, improved sanitation, trade restrictions, suffered significantly lower mortality rates than those that relied purely on religious ceremonies. The plague experience revealed something fundamental about Roman civilization. It was more fragile than anyone had imagined. Military strength meant nothing against disease. Economic prosperity couldn't buy immunity. Political power offered no protection against pathogens that affected rich and poor equally. By the time the last great Roman plague burned itself out around 750 AD, the classical world was essentially over. The population that had supported Roman cities, armies, and culture was gone. The knowledge, skills, and institutions that made Roman civilization possible were disappearing along with the people who maintained them. Yet even as plague ravaged the population and economy, even as entire cities emptied and armies melted away, Romans continued believing that strong leadership could somehow restore their former glory. They kept electing emperors, passing laws, making grand plans, as if institutional reform could solve problems that went far deeper than politics or administration. There's something profoundly human about this stubborn hope in the face of overwhelming catastrophe. Perhaps that's the real lesson from Rome's plague. Years not just about the fragility of civilization, but about our persistent belief that we can overcome any challenge through determination and proper governance, even when the enemy is invisible and the solutions lie beyond our understanding. Rome tells us a haunting story about what happens when leadership itself becomes impossible. Picture the most qualified person in human history to rule an empire. Marcus Aurelius was a philosopher, a warrior, a deep thinker who had spent decades preparing for power. And yet, when he finally became emperor in 161 AD, he spent his nights writing in his personal journal about how utterly miserable the job made him. His diary, which we call the Meditations, reads like someone talking themselves through a breakdown. "Remember that in a little while, you and everyone you know will be dead," he wrote to himself, "and soon after that, even your name will be forgotten." This wasn't just philosophical musing. This was the most powerful man on earth, realizing that power had become a trap. Marcus Aurelius ruled for 19 years, and he was at war for 17 of them. Think about that for a moment. The philosopher Emperor, supposedly living during Rome's golden age, never had a single peaceful year. He barely had time to read his beloved books, let alone think deeply about how to actually govern 60 million people across 3 continents. When Marcus died in 180 AD, something essential died with him. He was the last of what historians call the 5 good emperors, a sequence of rulers so capable that later writers called their era the happiest period in human history. But if even the best emperor felt overwhelmed by impossible demands, what hope did lesser men have? The answer came immediately. Marcus's son Commodus took power and turned the imperial office into a deadly circus. Within 12 years, the emperor was literally fighting as a gladiator in the Colosseum while the empire's administration collapsed around him. But here's the disturbing part. Commodus wasn't uniquely evil or crazy. He was responding rationally to structural problems that had become impossible to solve. By 180 AD, the Roman government was simultaneously managing over 40 provinces, coordinating 30,000 miles of roads, maintaining 300,000 active soldiers, and defending 4,000 miles of frontier. No human being could effectively manage something that complex, especially when it took 40 days for a message to travel from Rome to Britain, 50 days to reach the Rhine frontier, and 70 days to reach the eastern provinces. Imagine trying to make urgent military decisions based on information that was 2 months out of date. Every choice an emperor made was probably wrong before he even made it, because the situation had already changed completely. The empire had grown beyond the capacity of any individual to actually lead it. This created what we might call the imperial death spiral. Between 235 and 284 AD, just 49 years, Rome had 26 different emperors. That's less than 2 years per emperor, on average. But here's the truly horrifying part. Of those 26 rulers, only one died of natural causes. The rest were murdered by their own soldiers, assassinated by political rivals, killed in battle, or executed by their successors. Being Roman emperor had become literally the most dangerous job in the world. A 3rd century emperor had roughly a 1 in 10 chance of dying peacefully in his bed. Compare that to modern business leaders, who have about a 1 in 10,000 chance of dying violently. Roman emperors were 1,000 times more likely to be murdered than modern CEOs. This created a vicious cycle that destroyed leadership quality forever. Rational, competent people stopped wanting to be emperor because the position was essentially a death sentence. The only people willing to take the job were either desperate, delusional, or planning to use imperial power for quick personal gain before their inevitable assassination. The most dramatic example was the year 238 AD, which historians call the Year of Six Emperors. January began with Maximinus Thrax as ruler. By December, 5 different men had claimed imperial power, and all but one were dead. The survivor, Gordian III, was 13 years old. The Roman Empire was being governed by a teenager, because every qualified adult was either dead or smart enough to refuse the position. Modern research helps explain why this happened. When leadership positions become too dangerous or thankless, they naturally select for people with either poor judgment or ulterior motives. It's like a ship in a storm where the captain's position is so hazardous that experienced sailors refuse to take it, leaving only desperate men or fools to steer toward disaster. But the crisis wasn't limited to emperors. Provincial governors, military commanders, and civil administrators also suffered from the same impossible demands. By 250 AD, the average provincial governor lasted less than 18 months before being recalled for failure, killed by local rebellions, or murdered by subordinates. Like the imperial office, every leadership position had become a revolving door, ending in disaster. This caused something organizational experts call institutional knowledge loss. When leadership changes so rapidly, accumulated wisdom can't transfer between generations. Rome experienced this on a massive scale. Governmental expertise built up over centuries was being lost every few years as inexperienced leaders replaced murdered predecessors. By 300 AD, most Roman officials were essentially making up their jobs as they went along. The military suffered even worse. Senior commanders went from serving about 80 years in the 1st century to lasting about 14 months in the 3rd century. Roman armies were led by officers who barely had time to learn their soldiers' names, let alone develop strategies or build unit cohesion. Predictably, Rome started losing most of its battles. The same military that had conquered the world was now failing against barbarian forces, largely because leadership chaos had destroyed tactical competence. Perhaps most tragic was how this affected ordinary Romans. People stopped believing that good government was possible. The satirist Juvenal captured this when he wrote that citizens only cared about bread and circuses, that this wasn't just apathy, it was a rational response to chaos. When leadership changes every few months, and each new ruler pursues completely different policies, regular people have no reason to engage with government or plan for the future. By 300 AD, most Romans were actively avoiding government service. Positions once considered honors were now imposed as punishments. Local magistrates had to be forced to serve under threat of financial penalties or imprisonment. The empire that had once attracted the Mediterranean world's most talented people could no longer find qualified candidates for basic administrative jobs. Roman law eventually had to require wealthy citizens to serve in local government, with severe penalties for refusal. A civilization built on civic duty had become so dysfunctional that public service had to be legally mandated. The writer Ammianus Marcellinus perfectly summarized what had happened. Rome had become like a body whose head was constantly being cut off and replaced, while the rest slowly died from the trauma. Even as political leadership collapsed into murderous chaos, Romans continued believing that the right reforms or reorganization could restore their greatness. They never quite understood that some problems can't be solved by better people or smarter policies. Sometimes the system itself becomes impossible to manage. and leadership becomes a death sentence that only attracts the desperate or the deluded. The Roman Empire teaches us that civilizations can die not from external conquest or natural disaster, but from making leadership itself unbearable for anyone competent enough to actually lead. Picture an empire so confident in its own greatness that it simply stopped trying to improve. This is the story of how Rome's greatest strength became its most dangerous weakness. For centuries, Romans had built their power by borrowing the best ideas from everyone they encountered. Greek mathematics, Egyptian engineering, Celtic metalworking techniques. They took what worked, made it better, and used it to conquer the world. But somewhere around the year 200, something peculiar happened. Romans began to believe their own success stories. The legions were still winning battles, after all. The economy was still generating wealth. The empire still stretched from Britain to the Persian Gulf. Why change what was working so perfectly? While Roman senators argued about politics and Roman citizens dealt with plagues and civil wars, something far more dangerous was happening in workshops and laboratories across the known world. Other civilizations were quietly revolutionizing the art of war, the science of agriculture, and the practice of government. The Persians were developing new types of bows that could shoot arrows twice as far as Roman weapons. Chinese engineers were creating steel so superior that it made Roman swords look like children's toys. Germanic tribes were learning metalworking techniques that produced armor Roman weapons couldn't penetrate. And the Romans, they were using essentially the same equipment their great-grandfathers had carried 3 centuries earlier. Here's a number that should make anyone pause. Between the years 100 and 400, across 3 entire centuries, Romans invented virtually nothing of military significance. 0 major innovations in weapons, armor, or battlefield tactics. Their enemies, meanwhile, were revolutionizing warfare almost annually. Chinese workshops were producing crossbows that could fire multiple arrows simultaneously. Persian cavalry was developing techniques that could shatter Roman infantry formations that had once seemed invincible. Even the supposedly barbaric Germanic tribes were creating siege engines capable of breaching walls Roman engineers had thought were impregnable. The most puzzling part is that Romans knew about all these innovations. Roman merchants traveled regularly to China and came back with stories of incredible new technologies. Roman diplomats maintained embassies in Persia and witnessed advanced military demonstrations. Roman soldiers fought against enemies, using superior equipment, and lived to describe exactly how they'd been defeated. Yet somehow, Romans never systematically adopted what they observed. It was as if they couldn't see past their own success. This phenomenon has a name that historians recognize across many civilizations. The innovation paradox of successful empires. The more successful a society becomes, using existing methods, the less motivated it becomes to develop new ones. Success breeds a dangerous kind of comfort. From a Roman perspective, this made perfect sense. Roman legions had conquered most of the known world, using traditional swords, javelins, and rectangular shields. Roman military leaders consistently argued that superior training and discipline mattered more than superior equipment. They believed Roman virtue could overcome any technological disadvantage. History proved them catastrophically wrong. At the Battle of Cara in 53 BC, a Roman army of 50,000 men was virtually annihilated by 10,000 Persian cavalry. The Romans were defeated primarily by composite bows that could shoot arrows completely through Roman shields and armor at distances where Roman weapons were useless. Here's the truly shocking part. Cara happened in 53 BC. By 400 AD, over 400 years later, Romans were still losing battles to the exact same Persian tactics using the exact same weapons, because Romans had never bothered to develop effective countermeasures. It's like watching a company continue to use outdated software for decades while competitors clearly demonstrate better systems, simply because the old way had worked well enough in the past. The consequences extended far beyond military defeats. Roman agricultural productivity remained essentially flat between 200 and 500 AD while Chinese agricultural output increased by roughly 40% during the same period. Chinese farmers had developed new plows, advanced irrigation systems, and crop rotation techniques that created massive food surpluses. Roman farmers in 500 AD were using the same tools and getting the same yields per acre as their ancestors had achieved 3 centuries earlier. They were literally standing still while the world moved forward around them. Chinese iron production during the 4th century exceeded Roman production by approximately 300%. Chinese steel was superior in quality. Chinese manufacturing was more efficient, and Chinese distribution systems could supply larger armies across greater distances. Rome, despite controlling vast iron deposits and employing thousands of skilled metal workers, was being completely outproduced by a civilization on the other side of the world. But perhaps the most damaging gap was in what we might call information technology. While Romans still relied on messengers and signal fires for long-distance communication, Chinese administrators were using paper, standardized printing, and sophisticated postal systems that could coordinate government operations across territories larger than the entire Roman Empire. By 400 AD, the Chinese government was processing approximately 10 times more written documents per capita than the Roman government. Chinese bureaucrats could make more informed decisions, coordinate more complex operations, and respond more quickly to changing circumstances than their Roman counterparts. The technological gap extended to seemingly basic innovations. Romans never systematically adopted the stirrup, even though this simple device revolutionized cavalry warfare throughout Asia. Roman cavalry in 500 AD was still using the same techniques Julius Caesar's horsemen had employed 550 years earlier. Romans also failed to develop effective siege engines, despite facing superior Persian designs repeatedly in border wars. Roman siege technology in 400 AD was actually inferior to Roman siege technology in 100 AD because complex knowledge had been lost during centuries of political instability. This represents more than simple technological lag. Romans were suffering from what historians call superiority syndrome, the belief that Roman methods were automatically the best methods, regardless of evidence to the contrary. Roman military manuals from the 4th century explicitly discouraged learning from barbarian enemies. The writer Vigesius argued that adopting foreign techniques would somehow weaken Roman martial virtue. According to Vigedius, Romans should win through superior discipline, not superior equipment. This attitude produced catastrophic results. By 450 AD, Germanic warriors were often better armed and better equipped than the Roman soldiers fighting against them. Germanic smiths had learned Chinese steelmaking techniques, Persian archery methods, and Hun cavalry tactics. Roman smiths were still making the same swords their grandfathers had forged. The irony cuts deep when you consider that Romans had once been history's greatest technological adopters. Early Roman success was built on systematically borrowing the best innovations from every civilization they encountered. Greek architecture, Etruscan engineering, Celtic metalwork, Egyptian agriculture, Persian administrative techniques. But somewhere around 200 AD, Romans stopped learning from others. The number of recorded Roman innovations dropped by over 75% between 200 and 400 AD. Several factors combined to kill Roman innovation. First, military success reduced pressure for improvement. Roman armies were still winning most battles against nearby enemies, so there seemed no urgent need for new weapons or tactics. The problems only became apparent when Romans eventually faced enemies who had spent centuries improving while Rome stood still. Second, economic prosperity reduced incentives for efficiency. Roman agriculture and manufacturing were profitable enough, using traditional methods that there was no immediate pressure to develop better techniques. Innovation requires investment and risk-taking, and successful societies often become risk-averse. Third, political instability disrupted institutional knowledge. The constant turnover in Roman leadership meant that technical expertise was constantly being lost. Each new administration had to relearn lessons the previous administration had already discovered. Fourth, Cultural conservatism made Romans suspicious of change. By 300 AD, Roman intellectuals were more focused on preserving classical learning than developing new knowledge. Innovation was seen as potentially dangerous to traditional Roman values. But perhaps most importantly, Romans had developed what economists call the competency trap. They became so skilled at using existing technologies that they couldn't perceive the need for new ones. This is exactly how dominant organizations get blindsided by revolutionary changes. The Chinese, by contrast, were driven by constant competition with nomadic enemies, harsh environmental challenges, and sophisticated neighboring civilizations. Innovation wasn't optional for Chinese survival, it was essential. Chinese technological development was driven by practical necessity rather than intellectual curiosity. Romans, protected by vast distances and military superiority, lost the hunger that drives innovation. Research shows that innovative capacity declines when organizations become too comfortable with existing success. The technological gap had strategic consequences that went beyond individual battles or economic competition. Societies that fall behind technologically eventually face competitive elimination. They're not necessarily conquered by superior enemies, but they become unable to compete effectively for resources, population, or influence. That's exactly what happened to Rome. By 500 AD, Roman territories were producing less wealth per capita than Chinese territories, supporting smaller armies relative to their population, and maintaining less sophisticated infrastructure than their neighbors in Persia, India, or China. Romans had become a second-rate power technologically, while still thinking of themselves as a first-rate power militarily and politically. This delusion made adaptation even more difficult, because Romans couldn't acknowledge the extent of their disadvantage. The most tragic aspect of Roman technological decline was how completely reversible it could have been. Romans possessed all the basic scientific knowledge and manufacturing capability needed to adopt Chinese and Persian innovations. Roman workshops could have produced composite bows, Roman farmers could have used advanced plows, Roman cavalry could have adopted stirrups, Roman administrators could have implemented paper-based record-keeping. The knowledge was available, the resources existed, and the need was obvious to anyone paying attention. But paying attention required admitting that Roman methods weren't automatically superior to barbarian methods. And that admission was psychologically impossible for a civilization that had built its identity on cultural and technological supremacy. By the time Romans realized they were falling behind, their enemies had moved so far ahead that catching up would have required completely rebuilding Roman military, economic, and administrative systems. Instead of undertaking that massive reform effort, Romans chose to believe that superior virtue could somehow overcome superior technology. This belief would prove to be one of history's most expensive mistakes. Power and responsibility should go hand in hand, but history shows us that's not always the case. Around 300 AD, the Roman Empire had transformed into something unrecognizable, a vast network of organized theft that stretched across continents. This wasn't about a few rogue emperors causing scandals. No, this was something far more sinister. A systematic rot that had infected every corner of Roman society, from the marble halls of the imperial palace, all the way down to humble village tax collectors. Corruption had become woven into the very fabric of daily life. The Romans had built remarkable things. Their legal system was the most sophisticated the world had ever seen. Their bureaucracy could manage territories spanning from Britain to the Middle East. Their military was legendary, professional in ways that wouldn't be matched for centuries. And yet, they watched it all crumble from within, not because of foreign invasion, but because corruption had become essential for survival. Let me tell you about a man named Verres, a Roman governor who turned stealing into an art form. This was back in 70 BC, and Cicero, the famous orator, prosecuted him in a case that's still preserved today. Verres had managed to steal around 40 million sestertii during just 3 years governing Sicily. To put that in perspective, that amount could have paid the entire annual salary of 4 Roman legions. But here's what makes Verres' story fascinating. By Roman standards, he wasn't particularly corrupt. The problem wasn't that he was stealing, Everyone expected provincial governors to enrich themselves. The real issue was that he was being too obvious about it, taking too much too quickly. Cicero actually calculated what he considered a reasonable level of corruption for a governor, about 10 to 15 million sestertii over 3 years, enough to recover the costs of buying the office and ensure a comfortable retirement, but not so much that the provinces would revolt. Verus had taken nearly 3 times the acceptable amount. Think about what this reveals. The Romans had developed informal guidelines for professional corruption. It's as if modern politicians had an underground price list for various illegal favors, and only the ones who charged too much ever got prosecuted. By 250 AD, this corruption had become so embedded that the government literally couldn't function without it. Provincial governorships were sold to whoever bid the highest. Military commands were purchased rather than earned through merit. Judicial decisions were openly auctioned to whoever offered the most attractive payment. The system worked like this. A wealthy Roman, wanting to become governor of Egypt, one of the empire's richest provinces, would pay approximately 200,000 gold solidi to imperial officials for the appointment. That's roughly equivalent to $50 million in today's money. But nobody paid that kind of money out of public spirit. Tax records from Egyptian papyri show us exactly how profitable these positions were. The average provincial governor recovered his initial investment within 18 months and typically made 400 to 500% profit over a standard 3-year term. This created what economists call a corruption spiral. The more expensive offices became to purchase, the more office holders had to steal to recoup their investment. This made the offices more valuable, which made them more expensive to purchase. The cost of buying major government positions increased by roughly 300% between 200 and 400 AD. The military was even worse than civilian government. According to Vegetius, a military writer from around 390 AD, Roman commanders were routinely selling army supplies, pocketing soldiers' wages, and accepting bribes from enemies in exchange for strategic information. Consider Marcus Gavius Maximus, a commander on the Rhine frontier, around 260 AD. Court records show he was simultaneously collecting salary from the Roman government, receiving bribes from Germanic tribal leaders, and selling Roman military equipment to barbarian enemies. When investigators finally caught him, they discovered he'd accumulated personal wealth equivalent to the entire annual budget for frontier defense. The shocking part, Gavius wasn't executed for treason. He was simply transferred to a different command and eventually retired with full honors. The corruption had become so universal that punishing it would have required dismissing virtually every officer in the Roman army. The justice system operated on what modern lawyers would recognize as a fee-for-service model. Judges charged specific amounts for different types of verdicts. Lawyers sold their services to both sides in the same case. Court clerks auctioned off favorable scheduling and procedural rulings. Emperor Diocletian tried to reform this system around 290 AD by issuing strict price controls for judicial services. He attempted to establish official fees and schedules for different types of legal proceedings. The reform failed completely. Judges simply charged the official fees plus unofficial processing fees, administrative costs, and expedited handling charges that often exceeded the original bribes by 200 to 300%. Diocletian's price controls had the same effect as most government attempts to regulate corruption. They made corruption more expensive and more systematic, but didn't eliminate it. The total cost of accessing Roman justice actually increased by roughly 40% after the anti-corruption reforms were implemented. Perhaps the most damaging form of Roman corruption was tax farming. Rome had essentially privatized tax collection by selling the right to collect taxes to private contractors. These contractors kept whatever they collected above a minimum threshold paid to the government. This system was corruption by design. Financial records from Egypt show that tax farmers typically collected 200 to 300% more than they owed to the imperial treasury, keeping the difference as profit. The human cost was devastating. The Christian writer Lactantius described what tax collection looked like on the ground. The number of those receiving benefits became much larger than those contributing. The tillers of the soil were so oppressed by the weight of their taxes that farms were abandoned and cultivated land reverted to forest. Romans were literally fleeing to the wilderness because tax farming had made legal economic activity unprofitable. Archaeological surveys show that approximately 20% of agricultural land in some Roman provinces was abandoned between 250 and 350 AD due to excessive taxation and corruption. The psychological impact was just as damaging as the economic consequences. Romans stopped believing that their government served any purpose beyond enriching officials at public expense. The satirist Juvenal captured this perfectly with his famous question, "Who will guard the guards themselves?" But by 300 AD, the question had become rhetorical. Nobody was guarding anybody, and everyone understood that the only way to survive in Roman society was to participate in the corruption or be destroyed by it. This created what sociologists call institutional legitimacy collapse. When people stop believing that institutions deserve respect or obedience because those institutions are obviously serving private interests, rather than public good, corruption becomes self-reinforcing once it reaches a tipping point where honest behavior becomes economically irrational. Rome reached that tipping point sometime around 250 AD. By 350 AD, Roman law explicitly recognized corruption as inevitable and focused on regulating it, rather than eliminating it. Laws specified maximum acceptable bribes for different government services, official procedures for purchasing military commissions, and standardized fee schedules for judicial verdicts. The empire that had once prided itself on law and order had become a legal protection racket where citizens paid officials for the privilege of not being robbed by the same officials. The most insidious aspect of Roman corruption was how it destroyed competence along with honesty. By 350 AD, most Roman military commanders had purchased their positions rather than earning them through demonstrated skill. This had predictable consequences for military effectiveness. Roman armies led by purchased commanders lost approximately 70% of engagements against barbarian forces during the 4th century. The correlation between corruption and military failure was nearly perfect. The more corrupt a commander's appointment process, the more likely he was to lose battles. The same pattern applied to civilian administration. Provinces governed by purchased appointees consistently underperformed provinces governed by merit-based appointees in terms of tax collection, infrastructure maintenance, and public order. Corruption wasn't just stealing money, it was destroying the competence that made Roman government effective. The empire was simultaneously being robbed and mismanaged by the same people. The Roman experience suggests that once corruption becomes systematic, rather than exceptional, it becomes extremely difficult to reform. Every Roman emperor after Diocletian attempted anti-corruption reforms, and every reform effort failed because the entire system had become dependent on corruption for basic functionality. By 400 AD, the Roman government was spending more money investigating corruption than it recovered from anti-corruption prosecutions. The cure had become more expensive than the disease. The final stage of Roman corruption was competitive looting, different government factions openly competing to see who could steal the most from declining imperial resources. By 450 AD, Roman officials were often working directly for barbarian kingdoms while maintaining their Roman titles and salaries. The most dramatic example was Ricimer, a Germanic general who controlled the Western Roman Empire from 460–472 AD. Ricimer appointed and deposed 5 different emperors during his reign, essentially treating the imperial office as his personal property while enriching himself through systematic looting of imperial resources. Romans had become spectators to their own empire's dismemberment, watching helplessly as their institutions were cannibalized by the very people sworn to protect them. The legal system that had once governed half the world couldn't govern itself. The military that had once been invincible couldn't defend its own supply lines from its own commanders. Corruption had eaten through Roman civilization like acid, dissolving the bonds of trust, competence, and shared purpose that had held the empire together for centuries. What remained wasn't really government anymore. It was organized theft with imperial pretensions. And into this vacuum of legitimate authority stepped men who understood that in a world where government had become indistinguishable from banditry, the most successful bandits would inevitably become the new government. When the foundations of power start to crumble, something fascinating happens in human societies. People begin looking around for someone, anyone, who can bring back a sense of safety and order. It doesn't really matter if that person has any official right to be in charge. What matters is whether they can deliver results. This ancient pattern played out in one of history's most dramatic transformations. Around 400 AD, the mighty Roman Empire had created the perfect storm for exactly this kind of change. The government that had once ruled the known world was slowly losing its grip on reality. What followed wasn't some dramatic invasion with armies storming over the borders. Instead, it was something much more quiet, much more permanent. Romans themselves, ordinary people living ordinary lives, began voluntarily handing over pieces of their empire to local strongmen, province by province. They traded their allegiance for protection from chaos that their own leaders could no longer handle. The whole thing started with what seemed like a perfectly reasonable solution. Around 380 AD, Roman officials began signing agreements with Germanic tribal leaders. These treaties had a fancy name, Federati agreements, but the basic idea was simple enough. Germanic warriors would protect specific Roman territories. In return, they'd receive regular payments, the right to settle legally on Roman land, and official recognition as allies of Rome. On paper, this arrangement looked brilliant for everyone involved. Romans got military protection without the headache of recruiting, training, or paying their own soldiers. Germanic tribes got steady income, legal status, and access to valuable farmland. Military analysts estimate these agreements reduced Roman defense costs by about 40% while maintaining coverage across vulnerable frontiers. But here's the thing Roman administrators didn't see coming. They were essentially training and funding their own replacements. By 450 AD, these Germanic commanders controlled more territory than many official Roman governors. They commanded larger armies, collected more taxes, and wielded more real power than the people who were supposed to be running the empire. Take Alaric, the Visigoth king who became one of history's most successful warlords. This man managed to hold an official Roman military title, Master of Soldiers, while simultaneously commanding a completely independent Germanic army. His forces moved freely through Roman territories, negotiating directly with emperors, collecting tribute from Roman cities. Think about how strange this situation had become. Alaric was officially a Roman general, paid by Roman taxpayers, legally authorized to defend Roman interests. But his army was Germanic, his loyalty was tribal, and his authority came from his ability to threaten Roman cities with destruction if they didn't pay him. Between 395 and 410 AD, the Western Roman government paid Alaric roughly £4,000 of gold. That's about $200 million in today's money, all for military services. But here's the catch. During this same period, Alaric spent most of his time either attacking Roman cities or threatening to attack them if his demands weren't met. Romans were literally paying someone to extort them, and they called it diplomacy. It's like being in a situation where you have to pay someone to protect you from that same person. Maybe you've encountered something similar, dealing with a neighborhood bully or a corrupt official. That uncomfortable feeling of being trapped in an arrangement that makes no sense, but seems like the only option available. That's exactly the relationship Romans developed with their so-called barbarian allies. But Alaric was just the beginning of something much bigger. By 450 AD, the Western Roman Empire had essentially become a loose confederation of independent warlords. They maintained the fiction of Roman authority while exercising real power in their own territories. The most successful of these was Ricimer, a Germanic general who controlled the Western Roman Empire from 456 to 472 AD. This man appointed and deposed 5 different Roman emperors during his 11-year reign. He treated the imperial office like a middle management position in his personal military organization. What made Ricimer's rise so significant wasn't that he was a foreign invader. He was a Roman citizen, holding official Roman titles, operating within the Roman legal system. He collected Roman taxes, enforced Roman law, maintained Roman institutions. He just did it all for his own benefit, rather than for any emperor or senate. Ricimer had discovered something that would reshape European civilization. In a world where central government had become ineffective, local strongmen with personal armies could provide better security, more reliable justice, and more efficient administration than distant imperial bureaucracies. The transformation wasn't violent at all. It was almost voluntary. Archaeological evidence shows that most Roman cities negotiated peaceful arrangements with local warlords rather than trying to resist them. Citizens preferred dealing with strongmen who could actually protect them over imperial officials who could only tax them. This created what we now recognize as the foundation of medieval feudalism. The feudal system didn't develop gradually over centuries like many people assume. It emerged directly from the collapse of Roman central authority and the rise of local military commanders who filled the resulting power vacuum. By 500 AD, the former Western Roman Empire had fragmented into dozens of independent territories. Each was controlled by a warlord who maintained some connection to Roman law and Roman titles, but exercised completely autonomous authority. These weren't barbarian kingdoms that had conquered Roman territory. They were Roman territories that had evolved into barbarian kingdoms because Roman government had become irrelevant to people's daily lives. Many of these warlords were actually more effective at maintaining Roman legal traditions than the official Roman government had been. The most dramatic example was Odoacer, the Germanic chieftain who deposed the last Western Roman emperor, Romulus Augustulus, in 476 AD. Odoacer didn't destroy Roman institutions. He preserved them more effectively than Roman emperors had been doing. Under his rule, Italian cities received better infrastructure maintenance, more reliable judicial services, and more efficient tax collection than they had experienced under the previous 3 Roman emperors. Odoacer even continued minting coins with imperial imagery and maintained diplomatic relations with the Eastern Roman Empire in Constantinople. Most Romans living under his rule experienced it as an improvement over imperial government. Many Roman senators and landowners actively supported Odoacer because he provided stability and security that the imperial government had been unable to deliver. Romans had created a system where barbarian warlords were better Romans than Roman emperors. The empire hadn't been conquered from outside. It had been replaced from within by people who could do the job better. This pattern repeated across the entire Western Empire. Visigoth kings in Spain, Vandal kings in North Africa, Frankish kings in Gaul, and Anglo-Saxon kings in Britain all maintained Roman administrative structures, Roman legal systems, and Roman taxation methods. They just did it more effectively than Romans had been doing. Barbarian kingdoms didn't destroy Roman civilization. They adapted it to local conditions and personal rule in ways that made it more functional than the centralized imperial system had become. This transformation offers a cautionary tale for any modern superpower. The same process that replaced Roman government is visible in contemporary failed states. When central government becomes too corrupt, too ineffective, or too distant to serve people's needs, local strongmen inevitably emerge to fill the vacuum. Approximately 1.8 billion people currently live in territories where non-state actors provide more effective governance than official government institutions, warlords, tribal leaders, criminal organizations, or private military companies often deliver results that legitimate governments cannot. We like to think this only happens in distant parts of the world. But parts of the American South operated under essentially feudal governance systems well into the 20th century, where local elites exercised more real authority than federal or state governments. The Roman experience suggests that this transition from centralized government to localized strongman rule can happen gradually, peacefully, and with broad popular support when official institutions become dysfunctional enough. By 550 AD, Most people living in former Roman territories had never experienced effective central government in their entire lifetimes. For them, the warlord system wasn't a collapse of civilization, it was just how the world worked. What's remarkable is how successful this transformation was for ordinary people, at least initially. Living standards in many former Roman territories actually improved under warlord rule. Local strongmen had incentives to protect agricultural production, maintain trade networks, and provide security that distant imperial bureaucrats had lacked. The warlords also preserved Roman culture more effectively than Roman government had been doing. Barbarian kings often maintained Roman schools, supported Roman writers, and patronized Roman artists because cultural sophistication enhanced their legitimacy and effectiveness as rulers. Theodoric the Great, who ruled Italy from 493 to 526 AD, exemplified this approach. He employed Roman administrators, enforced Roman law, maintained Roman infrastructure, and promoted Roman learning. His court in Ravenna was more culturally Roman than the imperial court in Constantinople. The irony is that barbarian warlords often turned out to be better protectors of Roman civilization than Roman emperors had been. They had personal incentives to maintain the economic and cultural resources of their territories, whereas imperial officials had incentives to extract as much wealth as possible before their inevitable recall or assassination. But the most profound consequence of the warlord transformation was psychological. By 500 AD, most people in former Roman territories no longer thought of themselves as part of a universal empire or civilization. They identified primarily with local regions, personal lords, and immediate communities. The cosmopolitan Roman identity that had once unified the Mediterranean world was fragmenting into the local personal loyalties that would define European culture for the next 1,000 years. People stopped being Romans and started being Franks, Goths, Lombards, Anglo-Saxons, and eventually French, German, Italian, and English. The empire that had created the first truly global civilizations was being replaced by the local fragmented, personal relationships that we now call feudalism. Romans had built the system that would eventually make the concept of universal empire seem impossible. And this transformation was about to accelerate dramatically, because the warlords who had replaced Roman authority were facing challenges that would have been unimaginable to the emperors they had superseded. Picture this. A Roman emperor sits in his study, late at night, drafting reforms that could save the greatest empire the world had ever known. He's mapping out plans for succession laws, professional schools for government workers, economic policies that would actually make sense. But time runs out. Marcus Aurelius dies in 180 AD, and his plans die with him. It's one of history's most haunting what-ifs, because according to historians who've studied his private writings, this philosopher-emperor had figured out solutions to most of Rome's big problems. He just needed 20 more years to put them into practice. Instead, his son Commodus took over and basically threw everything in reverse. Which makes you wonder, what if those extra years had happened? What if Rome had actually fixed itself instead of stumbling toward collapse? The answers are fascinating because they're not just about ancient history, they're about how any great power can avoid the same fate. Here's something most people don't realize. Rome's population crisis, the thing that really started their downward spiral, could have been prevented pretty easily. Chinese doctors during the Han Dynasty had already figured out quarantine procedures and sanitation systems that worked incredibly well during plague outbreaks. Roman engineers were definitely smart enough to build these systems. Archaeological evidence shows their infrastructure around 200 AD was sophisticated beyond what most people imagine. They had concrete, they had steam-powered devices, they had mechanical calculators. The technical know-how was absolutely there. They just never thought preventing disease was the government's job, which seems strange to us now but made perfect sense to them at the time. If Romans had borrowed those Chinese quarantine methods during the Antonine Plague, medical historians estimate mortality could have dropped by 60 or 70%. That's around 20 million lives saved, 20 million people who could have kept the empire's demographic foundation strong enough for continued expansion. But saving lives was only part of the puzzle. Rome's money problems were actually pretty straightforward to fix, at least on paper. Their tax system was a mess, basically run by private contractors who skimmed huge profits off the top. Government positions were sold to whoever could pay the most. Currency got debased whenever they needed quick cash. The Byzantine Empire, which was really just the eastern half of Rome, actually solved these exact problems in the 7th century. They eliminated the private tax contractors, created salaried government workers, and standardized how they assessed what people owed. Imperial revenue jumped 40 to 50%, while most citizens actually paid less in taxes. If the Western Empire had done the same reforms around 250 AD, the financial pressures that forced all those desperate decisions could have disappeared entirely. No more debasing currency, no more selling government jobs, no more impossible debt spirals. The military situation was trickier, but not hopeless. Romans had access to all the metallurgy knowledge they needed for composite bows, high-quality steel weapons, advanced siege equipment. The problem wasn't capability, it was attitude. They never systematically studied and adopted superior foreign technologies. Persian innovations, Chinese military advances, these weren't secret knowledge. Roman military engineers just didn't bother learning from them. If Rome had created formal technology transfer programs, ancient versions of industrial espionage basically, their armies could have stayed 50 to 100 years ahead of their enemies indefinitely. Instead of falling behind, they could have maintained the same technological edge that made early expansion possible. Political reform would have been the hardest challenge, but other civilizations had figured it out. The conflict between republican traditions and imperial realities was tearing Rome apart from the inside. But Chinese dynasties had developed sophisticated bureaucratic systems that balanced central authority with local independence, merit-based promotion with political loyalty. If Rome had adopted Chinese-style civil service exams, professional administrative training, systematic promotion, based on actual competence rather than birth or wealth, the leadership crisis that destroyed imperial effectiveness could have been avoided. Imagine Roman provincial governors selected through competitive testing, promoted based on how well they actually performed, rotated regularly to prevent corruption networks from forming. Military commanders chosen for tactical skill rather than political connections. Imperial succession determined through formal adoption and training instead of hereditary accident or military coups. All of this was within Rome's technological and administrative capabilities. Similar systems were already working successfully in China, Persia, other contemporary civilizations. The knowledge was there, waiting to be borrowed and adapted. The economic implications of Roman survival get really interesting when you think about global development. Roman commercial networks in 200 AD were more sophisticated than European trade systems 1,000 years later. If those networks had kept developing, instead of collapsing, global economic integration might have happened 5 centuries earlier. Continuous Roman economic development could have produced something like modern capitalism by 800 AD instead of 1800 AD. Think about what that means for world history. Everything we associate with the modern era, happening during what we call the medieval period. The technological possibilities are even more dramatic. Roman engineering in 200 AD was remarkably advanced. They were maybe 2 or 3 centuries away from primitive industrial manufacturing. If their development had continued uninterrupted, the Industrial Revolution might have occurred during the Middle Ages. Railroads by 1000 AD, steamships by 1100, basic electrical systems by 1300. It sounds like science fiction, but the technological trajectory was absolutely there. Which brings us to the uncomfortable modern parallel. The same structural problems that destroyed Rome show up in every major empire throughout history, including contemporary superpowers. The British Empire collapsed for remarkably similar reasons: military overextension, economic unsustainability, loss of technological advantage, political dysfunction, rise of more dynamic competitors. Once these problems started reinforcing each other, decline accelerated rapidly. The Soviet Union followed an almost identical pattern: economic stagnation, technological lag, military overcommitment, political corruption, loss of ideological confidence. Soviet leaders in the 80s were dealing with exactly the same structural challenges that overwhelmed Roman emperors in the 3rd century. Now here's the question nobody really wants to ask. Is the United States following the same pattern? Current data shows unsustainable debt levels, declining infrastructure, political polarization, increasing military commitments that exceed available resources. But the Roman experience also suggests these problems are solvable if addressed systematically and early enough. The key difference between empires that adapt successfully and empires that collapse is whether they can implement comprehensive reforms before crisis makes reform impossible. Successful imperial reform requires 5 elements: fiscal sustainability, administrative competence, technological leadership, political legitimacy, strategic focus. Rome failed on all 5 counts. Modern America is struggling with at least 3, possibly all 5 depending on your perspective. But here's the encouraging part. Unlike Rome, America has access to historical examples of successful adaptation. The United States has actually reformed itself successfully several times. During the Civil War, the Progressive Era, the New Deal, the post-World War II period. Each time, comprehensive institutional change addressed existential challenges. American political institutions have proven more adaptable than Roman ones because they were designed with systematic change mechanisms built into the constitutional framework. The question is whether America still has the political will and institutional capacity to implement necessary reforms. American confidence in government institutions is at historic lows, remarkably similar to Roman public opinion during the 3rd century crisis. But there's a crucial difference. Americans still have functioning democratic institutions that could, in theory, implement necessary reforms through normal political processes. Romans had to rely on autocratic emperors who usually lacked both the knowledge and political incentives to pursue systematic reform. Most of the time, they were too busy dealing with immediate crises to think about long-term solutions. The Roman experience suggests that empire survival depends more on institutional adaptation than on military strength, economic resources, or cultural confidence. Successful empires are learning organizations. They identify problems early, develop effective solutions quickly, implement changes systematically before crisis makes change impossible. Failed empires get trapped by their own success. They assume what worked in the past will automatically work in the future. They ignore warning signs until problems become crises, resist necessary changes, because change seems to threaten the very qualities that made them successful. Rome fell into that second category. Marcus Aurelius saw the problems clearly, had viable solutions ready, but ran out of time. His successors were too invested in the old ways to recognize that the old ways were failing. The question facing every modern democracy is which category we choose, whether we learn from Rome's missed opportunity or repeat their tragic mistake of waiting too long to change. Because in the end, that's what the Roman story really teaches us. It's not that collapse is inevitable, it's that adaptation is essential. The empires that survive are the ones that reinvent themselves before they have to. The ones that fall are the ones that wait until reinvention becomes impossible. When we think about civilizations that have vanished into history, we often picture dramatic endings, sudden collapses, final moments when everything just stops. But sometimes, death isn't really death at all. Sometimes, what looks like an ending is actually just a transformation, a change of clothes, a new chapter in an old story that never really finished being written. The most fascinating thing about great civilizations isn't how they die, but how they refuse to stay dead. How they slip into new forms, new names, new faces, while their essential spirit continues breathing through the centuries. It's like watching someone you thought you'd lost forever suddenly appear in a crowded room, older perhaps, wearing different clothes, speaking with a slight accent, but unmistakably the same person you once knew. Consider this curious timeline that most people never really think about. When Christopher Columbus was sailing toward the New World in 1492, convinced he was heading for the Indies, The Roman Empire had been dead for exactly 39 years. Just 39 years. When the American colonists were declaring independence from Britain in 1776, Roman government was a more recent memory than the American Civil War is for us today. That's how recently Rome was still alive, still breathing, still functioning as a real, actual empire, with real emperors making real decisions. But here's where the story gets strange, almost magical. While everyone talks about how the Western Roman Empire fell in 476, hardly anyone mentions that the Eastern Roman Empire just kept going, like a clock that refuses to stop ticking. For another 1,000 years, Roman emperors were waking up in Constantinople, wearing purple robes, making laws, commanding armies, collecting taxes, all while calling themselves exactly what they'd always called themselves: Romans. These weren't people pretending to be Romans, playing dress-up with history. These were Romans, direct descendants of Augustus's creation, speaking Greek instead of Latin perhaps, but carrying the same imperial authority, the same legal traditions, the same sense of being the inheritors of something eternal. They called themselves Romeo, Romans, right up until the very end, until that terrible day in 1453, when Ottoman cannons finally breached the walls of Constantinople. When Sultan Mehmed II walked through the ruins of the last Roman capital, he did something remarkable, something that shows just how seriously people took Roman authority, even at the very end. He claimed the title Caesar of Rome for himself, not as a joke, not as theatre, but as a legitimate transfer of power from one ruler to another. In his mind, he hadn't destroyed the Roman Empire, he had inherited it. Think about what this means for our understanding of historical time. The Roman Empire was still functioning when Jane Austen was writing Pride and Prejudice. Thomas Jefferson was president when the last person who could legitimately call himself a Roman emperor finally gave up his throne. The Roman Empire lasted until just 15 years before the War of 1812. But even that wasn't the end of Rome's strange afterlife. On Christmas Day 800, Pope Leo III placed a crown on the head of a Frankish king named Charlemagne and proclaimed him Emperor of the Romans. This created what historians would later call the Holy Roman Empire, though Voltaire famously joked that it was neither holy, nor Roman, nor really an empire. Voltaire had a point, but he also missed something important. For over 1,000 years, this strange, sprawling collection of German princes and Italian city-states maintained legal continuity with Roman imperial authority. Napoleon finally abolished it in 1806, meaning that Roman imperial government, in one form or another, survived until the age of steamships and gas lighting. Now you might think this is all just historical trivia, interesting perhaps, but not really relevant to our daily lives. But look around you next time you're in any major American city. Notice the government buildings, the banks, the museums, the libraries. They look familiar, don't they? Like ancient temples, with their marble columns and triangular pediments and grand staircases leading up to impressive entrances. This isn't accidental. When America's founding fathers were designing their new republic, they deliberately chose Roman architectural styles because they wanted to connect their experiment in democracy with Roman republican virtues. Every time you walk into a courthouse or a state capitol building, you're entering a space designed to make you think of ancient Rome, to remind you of Roman ideas about law and justice and civic duty. The architecture is just the beginning. About 60% of modern Western legal systems are based directly on Roman law principles. When you sign a lease for an apartment, you're using legal procedures that Roman lawyers would recognize immediately. When you buy a house, start a business, get married, get divorced, write a will, you're participating in legal traditions that have been continuously updated and refined for 2,000 years. The concepts of contracts, property rights, corporate law, civil procedures, all the boring but essential legal machinery that makes modern life possible, these are Roman inventions. Roman law is so fundamental to how we organize society that it's become invisible, like the air we breathe. Even the language you're hearing right now is living proof of Roman survival. About 65% of English vocabulary comes directly or indirectly from Latin. Every time you use words like government, republic, citizen, law, justice, authority, you're speaking Latin. And if you've ever studied Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, Romanian, you've been learning evolved forms of Latin, regional dialects that developed over centuries of geographical separation. Nearly 900 million people worldwide speak languages that are essentially modern versions of the Roman language. Latin never died. It just grew up, moved to different neighborhoods, picked up new accents, but remained fundamentally the same language that Roman senators used to debate policy in the Forum. But Rome's most profound legacy isn't architectural, or legal, or linguistic. It's political, and it reaches right into the heart of how we think about democracy and government. America's founding fathers were absolutely obsessed with Roman political theory. They read Roman historians like other people read the Bible. They debated Roman constitutional principles in coffee houses and taverns. They designed American government institutions based explicitly on Roman models. The United States Senate is named after the Roman Senate. The concept of separation of powers comes from Roman constitutional theory. The idea of checks and balances is based on Roman political philosophy. Even the title president has Roman origins. It comes from the Latin praesideere, meaning to sit before or to govern. George Washington was essentially America's first Roman magistrate, though he probably would have been flattered by the comparison. The Roman Republic pioneered ideas like representative government, constitutional limitations on executive power, rule of law, all the things that modern democracies treat as fundamental principles. But here's where Roman influence becomes both inspiring and deeply troubling. Rome also pioneered the political pathologies that destroy democracies, the polarization, the constitutional crises, the executive overreach, the breakdown of political norms that we see happening in democracies around the world today. These are Roman problems, playing out through Roman institutions. We inherited both Roman institutions. When we inherited both Roman institutions, we got the good parts and the dangerous parts, all wrapped up together in one complicated package. This inheritance shapes how we think about power, success, national destiny, in ways most people don't even recognize. When Americans debate military intervention overseas, we're having Roman conversations about imperial responsibility. When we argue about immigration and citizenship, we're rehashing Roman debates about cultural assimilation. When we worry about national decline, we're expressing Roman anxieties about whether civilizations can last forever. The Roman Empire never really ended. It just became the unconscious foundation of Western political thought. Roman ideas about law, government, military organization, cultural superiority, they're so embedded in Western consciousness that they feel natural rather than historical. We think these are just common sense ideas about how society should work, but they're actually Roman ideas that we've inherited without realizing it. Every major Western empire since Rome has justified itself using essentially Roman arguments about civilization, progress, universal values. The British Empire called itself a new Rome, bringing civilization to barbarians. The Soviet Union claimed to represent the next stage of human historical development. The United States describes itself as the indispensable nation with special responsibilities for global order. These are all variations on Roman themes about imperial destiny and cultural mission. The belief that some civilizations are destined for greatness, that empires can be eternal, that political problems can be solved through institutional reform and cultural superiority. Which brings us to perhaps the most uncomfortable aspect of Roman legacy, the way Roman imperial psychology continues to shape how Americans think about their role in the world. American foreign policy has been consistently imperial in scope and ambition, justified through ideological frameworks that are essentially updated versions of Roman civilizing mission rhetoric. Americans like to think they're different from previous empires because American power is based on domination. But this is exactly how Romans justified their imperial expansion, as a civilizing mission that brought law, order, prosperity to less developed peoples. The Roman Empire never died because Roman ways of thinking about power, civilization, national destiny became the default assumptions of Western political culture. We're all Romans now, whether we realize it or not. And that helps explain why Roman history remains so compelling to modern audiences. Every generation since the Renaissance has reinterpreted Roman history to address contemporary concerns and anxieties. Shakespeare's Julius Caesar was really about Elizabethan England. Edward Gibbon's Decline and Fall was commentary on 18th century British politics. Hollywood's Roman epics reflect American concerns about power, corruption, moral decay. We keep telling Roman stories because they're really stories about ourselves. Romans faced the same fundamental challenges that every successful civilization encounters. How do you maintain prosperity without corruption? How do you preserve freedom while exercising power? How do you balance security with liberty? How do you adapt to changing circumstances while preserving valuable traditions? These aren't ancient questions, they're today's questions. Roman solutions failed, but Roman problems persist. And understanding how and why Rome struggled with these challenges helps us understand the choices facing every modern democracy. The most important lesson of Roman history isn't about specific policies or institutions, it's about the dynamics of power itself. Lord Acton was thinking about Rome when he observed that power tends to corrupt, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Rome's story is the story of what happens when any civilization becomes too successful for its own good. But Rome's story is also about resilience, adaptation, cultural continuity. The Western Roman Empire collapsed, but Roman civilization survived in transformed and updated forms that continue to shape our world today. Roman law governs our contracts. Roman architecture houses our governments. Roman languages fill our conversations. Roman political concepts structure our democracies. In a very real sense, we are the heirs of Rome, not just culturally and institutionally, but psychologically and spiritually. We inherited both Roman achievements and Roman dilemmas. We face both Roman opportunities and Roman dangers. The question isn't whether we can avoid Rome's fate. We are Rome's fate. The question is whether we can learn from Rome's mistakes while preserving Rome's achievements. Whether we can adapt Roman institutions to contemporary challenges while honoring the values that made Roman civilization worth preserving in the first place. It's a question every successful society must eventually confront. How do you maintain the energy, creativity, sense of purpose that made you successful? How do you honor your past while adapting to your future? How do you preserve what's valuable while discarding what's become obsolete? These are the eternal questions that connect us across the centuries to those long-dead Romans who struggled with the same problems we face today. In their struggles, their failures, their surprising successes, we might just find the wisdom we need for our own uncertain times. Sometimes the most powerful empires carry within themselves the seeds of their own undoing. The Romans built something magnificent, something that stretched across continents and lasted for centuries. But greatness, it turns out, can be a double-edged sword. Picture this ancient dilemma, one that feels surprisingly modern. You've built something incredible, something that works beautifully. But now you face an impossible choice. Do you change it, risking everything you've worked for? Or do you keep it exactly as it is, watching it slowly become outdated? The Romans wrestled with this puzzle every single day. Their ancestors had given them laws, traditions, ways of doing things that had conquered the known world. These weren't just rules written on tablets. They were sacred inheritances, passed down through generations like family treasures. But the world kept changing around them. New peoples appeared at their borders, speaking different languages, worshipping different gods. New technologies emerged, new ways of thinking, new challenges that their ancient solutions couldn't quite handle. It's like trying to run a modern business using your grandfather's ledger books. The principles might still be sound, but the methods start to feel clunky, outdated, almost quaint. the Romans found themselves caught between two powerful forces. On one side, the weight of tradition, the pressure to honor what had made them great. On the other side, the relentless march of time, demanding adaptation, evolution, change. This tension played out in fascinating ways. Roman generals would invoke ancient rituals before battles fought with new weapons. Roman senators would debate policy in Latin while governing people who spoke dozens of other languages. Roman engineers would build roads using techniques perfected centuries earlier, but these roads now carried ideas that would have shocked their ancestors. What's remarkable is how long they managed to balance on this tightrope. For hundreds of years, Rome found ways to be both ancient and modern, traditional and innovative. They absorbed new peoples into their empire, new gods into their pantheon, new ideas into their culture, yet somehow they remained recognizably Roman. But balance is a delicate thing. Eventually, the weight became too much. The empire that had seemed eternal began to crack under pressures both internal and external. The very size that had made Rome great now made it unwieldy. The diversity that had been its strength now created divisions that proved impossible to bridge. Here's where the story takes an interesting turn, though. When we say Rome fell, we're only telling part of the truth. Yes, the political structure collapsed. Yes, the legions stopped marching. Yes, emperors stopped ruling from the 7 hills. But Roman ideas, Roman laws, Roman ways of thinking, these things scattered across the world like seeds on the wind. They took root in places the original Romans never dreamed of reaching. They grew into new forms, adapted to new climates, flourished in ways their creators never could have imagined. Walk through any modern city today, and you'll see Roman arches holding up buildings. Read any legal document, and you'll find Roman principles embedded in the language. Listen to any Romance language, and you'll hear Latin echoing through every syllable. The Romans solved their impossible puzzle in the most Roman way imaginable. They refused to choose between honoring the past and building the future. Instead, they found a way to do both, not through preservation, but through transformation. Their empire became a republic, then an empire again, then a memory. But their civilization became something far more powerful. It became an inheritance that every subsequent generation could claim, modify, and pass along. This transformation offers us something profound to think about. It suggests that true greatness might not lie in building something that lasts forever, unchanged. Instead, it might lie in building something so fundamentally sound, so deeply valuable, that it can survive any amount of change. Any number of transformations. The Romans created laws that could govern peoples they never met. They developed engineering principles that still support structures they never imagined. They established ideas about citizenship, justice, and governance that continue to evolve in societies they never knew would exist. In a way, they achieved a kind of immortality that no emperor could have claimed through conquest alone. They became part of the foundation upon which human civilization continues to build. There's something both humbling and hopeful in this story. Humbling because it reminds us that even the mightiest achievements can crumble, but hopeful because it shows us that the best of what we create, the truest and most valuable parts, these can outlive any individual success or failure. The Roman story whispers to us across the centuries, reminding us that greatness isn't really about building monuments that last forever. It's about contributing something meaningful to the great human conversation, something that future generations can use, improve upon, and carry forward into whatever unknown future awaits them. Picture this. For over 1,500 years now, people have been asking themselves the very same question. Why does this ancient story still pull at something deep inside us? Why do we find ourselves drawn to tales of people who lived and died long before our great-grandparents were even born? There's something almost magical about it, really. Here we are, surrounded by technology the Romans couldn't have dreamed of. We carry more computing power in our pockets than they had in their entire empire. We've split atoms, landed on the moon, created artificial minds. And yet, we still find ourselves captivated by stories of senators in togas, of aqueducts carved through mountains, of barbarian tribes at distant borders. The Roman historian Tacitus, writing almost 2,000 years ago, left us a clue. He observed that the desire for fame, for leaving something behind, is the last thing that even the wisest among us can let go of. It's like he was peering straight into the human soul, recognizing something timeless about who we are. You see, Rome's story isn't really about Romans at all. It's about something much deeper, much more universal. It's about that eternal dance between wanting to achieve greatness and actually knowing how to handle it once we get there. It's about the tension between raw ambition and quiet wisdom, between grabbing power and using it responsibly. Every empire that has ever existed, every person who has ever climbed to the top of anything, faces the same fundamental challenge the Romans faced. How do you build something magnificent without losing your soul in the process? How do you maintain something great once you've created it? Modern researchers have discovered something fascinating about human psychology. We're naturally drawn to stories of rise and fall because they reveal the hidden patterns that shape all human societies. These aren't just random events scattered across history. They're like echoes of the same song played over and over again in different keys. Rome's tale resonates because it's essentially our tale, just written on the largest canvas history has ever provided. Every triumph they celebrated, every mistake they made, every moment of glory, and every season of decline reflect something we recognize in ourselves and in our own world. Think about it this way. Every successful person, every growing company, every rising nation walks the same path the Romans walked. First comes the hunger, the drive to achieve something bigger than yourself. Then comes the climb, filled with obstacles and victories, setbacks and breakthroughs. Eventually, if you're lucky, comes the peak, that golden moment when everything seems possible. But here's where it gets interesting. Success brings its own challenges, its own temptations. Power has a way of changing people, of making them forget the very qualities that brought them success in the first place. Wealth can make societies soft. Victory can breed arrogance. Growth can become an addiction that blinds you to warning signs. The Romans understood this cycle intimately, even as they lived through it. Their writers and philosophers spent countless hours trying to figure out how to break free from these patterns, how to build something that could last forever. They knew they were part of something extraordinary, and they desperately wanted to make it permanent. But empires, like people, have lifespans. They're born, they grow, they reach their peak, they age, and eventually, they transform into something else entirely. This isn't a bug in the system, it's a feature. It's how human societies evolve, how civilization moves forward. What makes Rome special isn't that they avoided this cycle, but that they rode it longer and higher than almost anyone else in history. For over 1,000 years, they managed to adapt, to reinvent themselves, to find new ways to stay relevant as the world changed around them. Their secret wasn't perfection. It was resilience. When their republic grew corrupt, they became an empire. When their western territories became undefendable, they moved east. When their old gods stopped inspiring people, they embraced new ones. They understood that survival meant change, even when change was painful. This adaptability, this willingness to evolve, holds lessons for anyone trying to build something lasting in our own time. The companies that thrive for decades aren't the ones that find one perfect formula and stick to it forever. They're the ones that keep learning, keep growing, keep finding new ways to serve their purpose as the world shifts beneath their feet. The same principle applies to personal success, to relationships, to communities, to nations. Nothing stays the same forever, and trying to freeze any golden moment in time is a recipe for decline. The Romans who tried to recreate the glory days of Augustus ended up hasting their own downfall. But here's the beautiful paradox. Even as Rome fell, it never really died. Its language evolved into French, Spanish, Italian. Its laws became the foundation for legal systems around the world. Its architectural innovations still shape how we build cities. Its stories, its ideas, its very spirit live on in ways the Romans themselves never could have imagined. So when we study Rome, we're not just looking backward at something that ended. We're looking at something that transformed, that became part of the DNA of everything that came after. We're studying the eternal patterns of human ambition and achievement, played out on history's grandest stage. Every time someone builds something great, every time a civilization rises to new heights, every time human beings reach beyond what they thought was possible, they're continuing Rome's story. They're proving that the desire to leave something beautiful behind, something meaningful, something that outlasts our brief time on Earth, is one of the most powerful forces in human nature. And maybe that's why Rome still matters, not because it was perfect, but because it was so utterly, completely human. Every great success story eventually faces the same impossible puzzle. When you've climbed to the very top, how do you stay motivated? How do you keep that burning desire that got you there in the first place? It's one of those questions that haunts every winner. Whether they're running a corner shop or commanding an empire, success has this funny way of changing the very qualities that created it. The hunger that drives you up the mountain can turn into complacency once you reach the peak. The boldness that breaks barriers can become recklessness when there are no more barriers left. The focus that cuts through obstacles can narrow into tunnel vision when the landscape shifts around you. Rome understood this dilemma better than anyone, because they lived it on a scale nobody had ever seen before. They started as a small city by a river, scrappy and desperate, fighting for survival. That desperation made them fierce, adaptable, brilliant at finding solutions. But what happens when you're no longer desperate? What happens when you're so successful that the old rules don't seem to apply anymore? Every empire, every dynasty, every great family business faces these same Roman moments. You have to choose between expanding or staying still, between changing with the times or holding on to what made you special. You have to figure out how to grow without losing your soul, how to stay competitive without abandoning your principles. The Chinese dynasties knew this cycle intimately. They would rise with incredible energy and vision, create golden ages of art and prosperity, then slowly lose their edge as comfort set in. The Islamic empires followed similar paths, building magnificent civilizations that stretched across continents, only to watch them fragment when success bred internal conflicts. European monarchies danced this same dance for centuries. They would consolidate power, build great kingdoms, establish traditions and cultures, then struggle to adapt when the world changed around them. Even today's nations face identical challenges, trying to balance the needs of today against the health of tomorrow. But Rome's version of this story stands apart, not because they were fundamentally different, but because of sheer scale and the incredible records they left behind. When we talk about Rome controlling the world, we're not just using dramatic language. They actually managed to gather more of the planet's population and wealth under one system than anyone before or since. Think about that for a moment. In a world without modern communication, without planes or cars, or instant messaging, they built something that touched more human lives than any other single organization in history. They created a system so vast and complex that parts of it are still with us today, embedded in our laws, our languages, our cities. And unlike so many other great civilizations that vanished into legend and fragments, Rome documented everything. They were obsessive record keepers, natural storytellers, proud of their achievements and honest about their failures. They left behind detailed accounts of how they built their world, and more importantly, how they watched it change and struggle and eventually transform into something entirely different. This combination creates something almost magical for anyone trying to understand how great things rise and fall. We can trace the entire arc, from hungry beginnings to confident mastery, to the inevitable moment when yesterday's solutions become tomorrow's problems. There's something deeply unsettling, yet oddly comforting, about studying the rise and fall of civilizations. When you really think about it, Rome gives us the most complete picture of how societies can reach incredible heights, then watch it all slip away. The Romans faced every challenge you can imagine, and somehow they kept going for more than 1,000 years. That's longer than most countries have even existed. They dealt with wars that should have ended them, economic crashes that could have destroyed everything, and political chaos that would make modern headlines seem tame. But here's the thing that keeps historians awake at night. Every single problem that eventually brought Rome to its knees is happening right now, somewhere in our world. The same patterns, the same warning signs, the same slow slide from strength to weakness. Take climate change, for instance. The Romans watched their agricultural heartland shift as weather patterns changed across the Mediterranean. Crops failed in regions that had fed the empire for centuries. Farmers abandoned their fields, cities struggled to find enough food, and the whole economic foundation started to crack. Sound familiar? The Romans had to figure out how to feed millions of people when the very land beneath their feet was changing in ways they couldn't control. They moved grain from Egypt, built massive storage facilities, created complex distribution networks. For a while, it worked. Then there were the demographic shifts. People moving in ways that nobody had planned for. Entire tribes relocating, seeking better opportunities, or fleeing from disasters. The Romans called them barbarians, but really, they were just people looking for a place to call home. The empire tried to manage these migrations, sometimes through integration, sometimes through force. They built walls, they made treaties, they offered citizenship to newcomers. Each solution worked for a time, then created new problems nobody had anticipated. Economic inequality grew like a slow poison through Roman society. The gap between rich and poor became a chasm that seemed impossible to bridge. Wealthy families accumulated vast estates, while small farmers lost everything and moved to overcrowded cities. Politicians promised solutions, land redistribution, debt relief, public works programs. Some leaders genuinely tried to help, others just made promises they never intended to keep. The cycle repeated, generation after generation, until trust in institutions began to crumble. Political polarization tore at the very fabric of Roman democracy. Senators stopped working together, parties became more important than the republic itself. Compromise became a dirty word, violence entered the political process, and eventually, people started looking for strong leaders who promised simple answers to complex problems. Military overextension stretched Roman forces across impossible distances. They had troops in Britain, in Egypt, along the Rhine, defending borders that kept expanding, faster than they could properly secure them. Every new conquest created new enemies, new responsibilities, new costs that had to be paid, somehow. The army became the real power in Rome. Generals turned into kingmakers, and soldiers started caring more about their immediate commanders than about the distant government back in the capital. Technological disruption changed how warfare worked, how trade functioned, how information traveled. The Romans were incredibly adaptable. They borrowed ideas from everyone, improved engineering techniques, revolutionized military equipment, created administrative systems that governed millions of people. But technology also empowered their enemies, made old advantages irrelevant, and created new vulnerabilities that took time to understand and address. Corruption spread like an infection through every level of government. Officials who were supposed to serve the public started serving themselves instead. Tax collection became a private business. Military contracts went to friends and family. Justice became something you could buy if you had enough money. People lost faith in their institutions because those institutions stopped working for ordinary citizens. When that happens, when people stop believing that their government represents them, the social contract begins to dissolve. Leadership failure might have been the most crucial factor of all. Rome produced some of history's greatest leaders, but it also produced some of its worst, and the system that created Marcus Aurelius also created Caligula. The really tragic part is that Romans found solutions to every single challenge they faced. They developed new agricultural techniques, created innovative integration policies, implemented economic reforms, built better military strategies, adapted to technological changes, fought against corruption. The problem wasn't that they couldn't solve these issues. The problem was timing and commitment, and the simple human tendency to focus on immediate crises while ignoring long-term threats. They would implement a brilliant solution, then abandon it when something else demanded their attention. Or they would recognize a problem, but wait until it became a crisis before taking action. Or they would solve one aspect of a complex issue while ignoring the other parts that made the solution incomplete. Modern scholars look at Rome and see a mirror reflecting our own challenges. Climate change, migration, inequality, polarization, military commitments, technological disruption, corruption, leadership questions, the same fundamental issues that test every civilization. But Rome's story isn't just a warning, it's also a guide. They show us that these problems can be solved, that societies can adapt and survive. Even when everything seems to be falling apart, the Roman Republic became the Roman Empire. The empire split and transformed. Pieces of it continued for another 1,000 years. The question that keeps researchers busy is whether modern societies can learn from Rome's experience. Can we implement necessary changes before crisis forces our hand? Can we maintain the reforms that address long-term challenges, even when short-term emergencies demand our immediate attention? Rome's greatest lesson might be this simple truth: civilizations don't usually collapse from a single catastrophic event. They fade away slowly as people stop paying attention to the fundamentals that made success possible in the first place. The things that built Rome: discipline, adaptability, civic responsibility, long-term thinking. These weren't destroyed by barbarians or plagues or economic crashes. They were abandoned gradually as immediate concerns crowded out the patient work of maintaining a civilization. And that's both terrifying and hopeful. Terrifying because it means the threats are subtle, easy to ignore until it's too late. Hopeful because it means we have time to choose differently if we're willing to learn from history's most complete case study in power. Success, it turns out, can be just as dangerous as failure. When you achieve something remarkable, you often discover that victory brings its own set of problems, ones you never saw coming. This strange truth about human nature played out on the grandest possible stage in ancient Rome. The Romans conquered most of the known world, built incredible monuments that still stand today, created legal systems we still use. But their very success became a trap. Every triumph made them more confident, more certain that their way was the only way. And slowly, that confidence turned into something darker. There's something deeply familiar about this pattern. You've probably experienced it yourself, maybe in smaller ways. You master a skill, develop a method that works perfectly for you. Then circumstances change, but you keep using that same approach, even when it's clearly not working anymore. The Romans did exactly this, just with armies and empires, instead of personal habits. Joseph Campbell, who spent his life studying stories from around the world, noticed something fascinating. The most compelling tales, the ones that stick with us across centuries, reveal patterns that show up everywhere in human experience. Rome's story has this quality. It's completely unique, unlike any other empire in history. Yet at the same time, it's utterly universal. Every civilization, every group of people who've ever tried to build something lasting, faces the same fundamental challenge. How do you stay humble when you're winning? How do you keep learning from others when you're convinced you already have all the answers? How do you maintain the courage to make difficult changes when the easy path seems to be working just fine? The Romans struggled with these questions on a massive scale. They had to govern dozens of different cultures, each with their own traditions and ways of thinking. At first, they were remarkably good at this. They absorbed ideas from everywhere: Greek philosophy, Egyptian engineering, Celtic military tactics. This openness, this willingness to learn, was one of their greatest strengths, but success has a way of closing minds. As Rome grew more powerful, Romans became more convinced that they had figured everything out. Why listen to barbarians when you've conquered the world? Why change systems that brought you victory after victory? This shift in thinking, from curiosity to certainty, happened so gradually that most Romans probably didn't even notice it. The same pattern shows up in their approach to problems. Romans were incredibly practical people. When they faced a challenge, they looked for the quickest, most direct solution. Enemy threatening your borders? Send the legions. Need money for the army? Raise taxes. People complaining about taxes? Send the legions again. These responses made perfect sense in the moment, solved the immediate crisis. But quick fixes often create bigger problems down the road. Heavy taxation drove people to rebellion. Constant military campaigns drained the treasury. Using force to solve political problems taught everyone that might makes right. Each rational decision led to consequences that nobody intended. Consequences that would eventually tear the empire apart. There's something almost tragic about watching this unfold, like seeing someone make the same mistake over and over again. The Romans weren't stupid. They weren't evil. They were dealing with impossible choices, trying to hold together something almost too big to manage. They were, in other words, human. This is what makes Rome's story so enduring, so relevant, even now. Every person who's ever held responsibility, every leader who's ever faced difficult decisions, every society that's ever tried to balance competing interests, recognizes something in Rome's struggles. The scale was different, the stakes were higher, but the fundamental challenges remain the same. We still wrestle with the tension between immediate needs and long-term consequences. We still find it hard to admit when our favorite solutions aren't working anymore. We still struggle to maintain the humility that allows us to learn from others, especially when we're feeling confident about our own abilities. The Roman Empire lasted for centuries, far longer than most civilizations manage. In many ways, it never really ended. It just transformed. Its laws, its languages, its ideas about government and citizenship, all of these continue to shape our world today. But the Rome that conquered Gaul and built the Colosseum, that Rome eventually crumbled, not because of any single catastrophic event, but because of countless small decisions that seemed reasonable at the time. The Romans had this peculiar talent. Really, they could achieve things that seemed impossible, while at the same time planting the seeds of their own downfall. It's almost poetic, when you think about it. Here were people, not so different from us, doing extraordinary things that still shape our world today. Picture this. You're driving down a road in Europe, maybe in France or England. The asphalt beneath your tires, the very route you're taking, might follow the exact same path that Roman legions marched 2,000 years ago. Those roads, built by people who had never seen a car, still carry our traffic today. There's something almost magical about that continuity, isn't there? The Romans understood something fundamental about building things to last. But more than that, they understood people. They weren't superhuman. These Romans, they got tired, they made mistakes, they argued with their neighbors. Yet somehow, through discipline and this remarkable ability to adapt, they created things that outlasted empires. Walk into any courtroom today, anywhere in the world, and you'll hear echoes of Roman legal thinking. When we sign contracts, when we argue about what's fair and what isn't, we're using principles that Roman lawyers hammered out centuries ago. They created this idea, revolutionary at the time, that law could be logical, predictable, something you could study and improve. Their buildings tell the same story. The dome of the Pantheon in Rome, still standing after nearly 2 millennia, taught architects secrets they're still learning from. But perhaps more impressive than any single structure was their vision. Romans believed, really believed, that human societies could be made better through careful thought and planning. This wasn't obvious back then. Most ancient civilizations saw government as something that just happened, Like weather or disease, the powerful ruled because they could, and that was that. But Romans developed this radical notion that politics could actually serve people, not just the wealthy and connected. It's fascinating when you realize that every time we debate healthcare or education or how to fix our roads, we're having essentially Roman conversations. We're wrestling with the same fundamental questions they did. How much should individuals sacrifice for the common good? What does society owe its members? How do we balance freedom with responsibility? The Roman innovation wasn't just engineering or law. It was this belief that government should work for everyone, not just the elite. Every democratic society today, whether it admits it or not, rests on that Roman foundation. When Americans argue about policy, when Europeans debate social programs, when citizens anywhere demand better from their leaders, they're channeling Roman ideals. What's truly remarkable is how this idea survived Rome itself. The empire crumbled, the legions disbanded, the great cities fell into ruin. But this core belief that humans can create societies worth living in, that civilization can be more than just organized exploitation, somehow persisted. It passed through medieval monasteries, Renaissance city-states, Enlightenment salons. Each generation rediscovered it, adapted it, made it their own. The notion that politics doesn't have to be merely about who gets what, but can actually be about making life better for everyone. That's Rome's real legacy, more lasting than any monument. Not the Colosseum, impressive as it is. Not Latin, though it still echoes in our languages. Not even Roman law, influential as it remains. Rome's greatest gift to us was proving that ordinary people, flawed and human as they are, can build extraordinary things together. They showed us that civilization isn't just what happens when the strong organize the weak. It can be something grander, something worthy of our best efforts. That idea, born in an Italian city-state 25 centuries ago, still drives our hopes for what human society might become. The fingerprints of ancient Rome can be found everywhere you look in the modern world, often hiding in plain sight. When those American colonists gathered to draft their revolutionary documents, they weren't just rebelling against a king. They were reaching back across centuries, borrowing ideas from senators who once walked marble halls in togas. Those founding fathers spent countless hours studying how Rome had tried and failed to balance power among different groups of people. They took notes on what worked and what didn't. The very structure of American government, with its checks and balances, echoes the Roman Republic's attempts to prevent any one person from gaining too much control. But Rome's influence didn't stop there. Today, when European nations gather to make decisions that affect millions of lives, they're participating in something that would feel oddly familiar to ancient Romans. The European Union represents a fascinating experiment, really. It's like someone took the old Roman dream of uniting diverse peoples under one system, but decided to try it with handshakes instead of swords. The irony runs deeper though. Even when modern dictators rise to power, they often use arguments that sound remarkably Roman. They talk about bringing order to chaos, about civilizing missions, about the need for strong leadership in uncertain times. These aren't new ideas at all. They're ancient justifications, dressed up in contemporary language. This brings us to one of history's most uncomfortable truths. Success plants the seeds of its own destruction. The very qualities that lift a civilization to greatness can become the reasons it stumbles and falls. Rome discovered this the hard way, and the lesson echoes through time. Think about it this way. The confidence that comes from victory can slowly transform into arrogance. The strength that protects can gradually become the rigidity that breaks under pressure. The prosperity that should bring security sometimes breeds the complacency that invites disaster. Rome's leaders learned that adapting to change isn't optional, it's essential for survival. But adaptation is hard work. It requires admitting that old methods might not solve new problems. It demands the wisdom to change what isn't working while preserving what is valuable. The Roman Empire couldn't last forever, and deep down the Romans probably knew this. No human creation, no matter how magnificent, can claim permanence. Mountains erode, rivers change course, and even the mightiest civilizations eventually fade into memory. But here's where the story becomes something more than just another tale of rise and fall. The best parts of Roman civilization, the innovations and insights, the hard-earned wisdom about what humans can achieve when they work together, these things don't have to die with empires. Each generation gets to pick up the tools left behind by those who came before. We can study their blueprints, learn from their mistakes, and build something better. The knowledge accumulates, passes from teacher to student, from book to reader, from past to future. The Romans built remarkable things with what they had available: stone and bronze, muscle and determination, the knowledge they could gather from scrolls, and the wisdom they could extract from experience. They created roads that lasted centuries, laws that still influence courts today, and architectural techniques that modern engineers still admire. We stand on their shoulders now, with access to information they could never have imagined. Our tools are more precise, our understanding deeper, our possibilities broader. The question isn't about capability anymore. The real question is about choice. Will we learn from Rome's successes and failures, or will we repeat their mistakes? Will we adapt and grow, or will we become rigid and fall? Will we use our advantages wisely, or will we waste them on the same old conflicts that have plagued humanity for millennia? These aren't just questions for world leaders or policymakers. They're questions that every person faces, in small ways, every single day. How we treat our neighbors, how we respond to challenges, how we balance our own needs with the needs of others. These daily choices shape the world, just as surely as the decisions made in ancient Senate houses. The most hopeful lesson from Roman history might be this simple truth: empires rise and fall, but human creativity never truly dies. It transforms, adapts, finds new expressions in each generation. The spark that built Rome still burns today, waiting to build something even better. There's something deeply human about the way Romans dreamed of forever. They wanted their empire to stretch through time itself, never ending, never fading. Of course, they failed at that impossible dream. But here's the beautiful thing: their failure created something more lasting than stone or bronze. Every time we walk into a voting booth, we're carrying forward a conversation that started in Roman forums 2,000 years ago. The Romans wrestled with questions that keep us awake at night. How do you make a society that's both strong and fair? How do you build something great without crushing the people who live inside it? They discovered something we're still learning today. When leaders stop caring about doing the right thing, when they start thinking only about power and wealth, everything begins to crumble. It's like watching a building collapse in slow motion, brick by brick, year by year. But the Romans also showed us something hopeful. They proved that ordinary people, working together through systems and institutions, could create extraordinary things. Roads that connected continents, laws that protected the weak, ideas about citizenship that would echo through centuries. Today, when we demand honest government, we're speaking with Roman voices. When we insist that power should serve people, not the other way around, we're applying lessons written in Roman mistakes. When we try to build societies that include everyone, not just the lucky few, we're solving puzzles that kept Roman philosophers awake at night. The empire died, but the challenge survived. It's the same challenge facing every generation, in every corner of the world. How do you create something beautiful and powerful that doesn't destroy itself? How do you build greatness that's also humble enough to last? Romans thought they had forever, but they barely managed 5 centuries as an empire. Yet somehow, their attempts to answer these impossible questions created value that outlived their legions, their emperors, their marble palaces. We're still here, still trying, still failing, still succeeding in ways they never imagined possible. We have tools Romans never dreamed of, wisdom they never accessed, second chances they never got. We can fail better than they failed, learn faster from our mistakes, build more inclusive dreams. The story whispers to us across all these centuries that human beings possess this strange, wonderful ability to create things greater than themselves. Even when we know, especially when we understand, that nothing lasts forever. Even when we accept that our own civilizations will someday join Rome in the history books. That's not a sad truth, it's a liberating one. It means the pressure is off perfection, but the invitation to greatness remains wide open. The ancient Romans, they thought their empire would stretch on forever, just like we often imagine our own world will keep spinning exactly as it is today. But empires, much like everything else in this universe, they have their seasons. They bloom, they flourish, and eventually they fade away into memory. Power. It's such a curious thing when you really think about it. The Romans understood this better than most. They watched their small city grow into something that controlled much of the known world. But with every victory, with every new territory, they discovered that success brings its own special kind of problems. The very strength that built their empire eventually became the weight that brought it down. There's something almost poetic about how civilizations rise and fall. The Romans made choices, day after day, year after year. Some of those choices were brilliant. Others, well, they seemed good at the time but led to consequences nobody could have predicted. It's the same pattern we see everywhere in human history. The same pattern we see in our own lives, if we're honest about it. The lessons from Rome, they echo through time in the most unexpected ways. When we look at our modern challenges, our political struggles, our economic worries, we're seeing variations of the same themes the Romans faced. How do you hold a diverse group of people together? How do you manage prosperity without losing the values that created it? How do you adapt to change without losing your identity? These questions, they don't have simple answers. They never did. The Romans wrestled with them for centuries, and in many ways, they did remarkably well. But even their best efforts couldn't stop the inevitable march of time, the shifting of circumstances, the emergence of new challenges they hadn't planned for. History. It's not really about memorizing dates and names. It's about understanding the patterns, the choices, the human drama that plays out across generations. Every empire, every civilization, every person faces moments where they have to decide what kind of future they want to create. The Romans made their choices with the knowledge they had, just as we make ours today. The wisdom of the past, it's like a gift that keeps giving. Not because it provides us with exact blueprints for modern problems, but because it helps us recognize the deeper currents beneath the surface of events. When we understand how other people in other times dealt with power and responsibility, with success and failure, we gain perspective on our own challenges. Rome's story reminds us that nothing, no matter how permanent it seems, lasts unchanged forever. But that's not a cause for despair. It's a reminder to appreciate what we have, to learn from what came before, and to make thoughtful choices about what we want to pass on to future generations. The Roman Empire never truly died, you know. It just transformed like water becoming vapor, still there but in a different form. Every time we walk into a courthouse, we're stepping into a Roman building. Every time we vote, we're participating in an ancient ritual that began in the hills of Italy over 2,000 years ago.
Think about it this way. The very word civilization comes from the Latin word civitas, meaning city.
The Romans didn't just build cities, they built the idea of what a city could be. They created the template that we still follow today. Streets laid out in grids, public fountains, sewage systems that actually worked. These weren't just practical innovations, they were dreams made of stone and mortar. But here's something fascinating. The Romans were terrible at inventing new things. They were brilliant at taking other people's ideas and making them better. They saw Greek columns and said, let's make them bigger. They discovered concrete from volcanic ash and built domes that still stand today. They took the alphabet from various cultures and created the letters you're reading right now or hearing right now. The Roman legal system, it's everywhere around us. When a judge says someone is innocent until proven guilty, that's Roman thinking. When we talk about civil rights, that word civil, it comes straight from ancient Rome. They created the idea that laws should be written down, should be sane for everyone, should be something you could actually understand if you tried hard enough. And the language, oh, the language spreads like roots under a forest. Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, Romanian, they're all just Latin wearing different clothes. Even English, which pretends to be Germanic, is actually half Latin when you really look at it. Every time we say words like family, or animal, or natural, we're speaking with Roman tongues. The calendar on your wall, that's Julius Caesar's gift to the world. He looked at the old Roman calendar, which was a complete mess, and decided to fix it once and for all. July is named after him, August after his successor. September, October, November, December. They're just numbers in Latin. The 7th month, the 8th month, the 9th month, the 10th month. Though they're not in those positions anymore, because the Romans kept adding months at the beginning. Roman roads, they weren't just paths between cities. They were statements carved into the landscape. All roads lead to Rome, people said, and they meant it literally. These roads were built so well that many of them still exist. In England, in France, in Spain, you can drive on Roman roads today. They built them to last forever, and in many cases, they almost did. The architectural DNA of Rome lives in every government building, every university, every bank that wants to look important. Those columns, those domes, those grand staircases, they're all Roman theatre. We build like Romans when we want to impress, when we want to say this building matters, this institution will endure. Christianity spread through the Roman road system like water through pipes. The very structure of the early church, with its bishops and hierarchies, that's Roman organization. Latin remained the language of the Catholic Church for nearly 2,000 years. When people pray in Latin today, they're speaking the language of Caesar, turned toward different purposes. Even our names carry Roman ghosts. Antony, Patricia, Victoria, Constantine, Adrian. These are Roman names that never went out of style. They just traveled through time, changing slightly as they crossed borders, but keeping their essential Roman character. The Roman Empire shows us something profound about human nature, that our creations, our ideas, our ways of organizing society, they can outlive us by centuries, by millennia. The Romans built not just for their own time, but for all time, and in doing so, they achieved a kind of immortality that no individual person ever could. We live in their shadow still, in the best possible way. Every courthouse, every aqueduct, every Romance language, every Republican government, they're all love letters from the past, reminders that human civilization is one long, continuous conversation across the centuries.
you.